today. A brief introduction about this workshop. The workshop intends to share the best experiences and the lessons learned from the Erasmus EnRHEd project, which focused on revision of current curricula and training of teaching staff, setting up of new programs, introducing e-learning and technological improvement, promoting internationalization based on exchanges of staff members and students between Rwanda and Europe. The workshop intends to take stock of the EnRHEd project, which is nearing its conclusion, and of the greater project, which is just started, to lay the foundation for strengthening cooperation, collaboration, and exploitation activities in the fields of research, training, and teaching between European and Rwandan higher education institutions. The workshop will focus on how capacity building projects can contribute to the development of higher education in Rwanda, with a particular reference to the university training in strategic sectors for sustainable development and in clean and renewable energy access. Guests of honor, sir, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all invited guests, and the media covering this event. This is why we're here. This is what we are going to be doing from this hour to when this workshop will be over, late afternoon. We've started like an hour late, and we're going to do our best to catch up the 1 hour we have lost. And at this moment, I would like to invite the project manager of EnRHEd, you are, to come and lead us in a brief activity of introducing ourselves. You need to know each other. I know you've been networking, but at least there are names you would like to know. There are people you would like to know whether they are here and who are they. So Jamal, welcome and lead us in this before we start proper.
Thank you, MC. Good morning, everybody. Excellence ambassadors, head of diplomatic mission here present, vice chancellors, deputy vice chancellors, principals, fellow professors in the room. Good morning. This workshop that we are hosting today is a result of a consortium of around 8 universities here present in the room, and allow me to make an introduction of the present universities in this room, and I would request members of different higher learning institutions present in the room to stand for recognition. The consortium is led by the University of Parma in Italy, here represented by the project coordinator, Professor Roberto Valentino. Professor Roberto Valentino stands for recognition. And the team from the University of Parma, the team members from the University of Parma, part of the EnRHEd project and the Greater project, you can also stand for recognition as well. The whole team from the University of Parma. Thank you. The rector of the University of Parma will join us virtually. He couldn't make it in the room. Again, from the European institution, we have the team from the University of Liège. Members from the University of Liège, you can stand for recognition. We have Professor Roland, who is here present with us. Again, we have members from the University of Applied Science, Ines Ruhengeri, here present in the room, represented by the University Vice Chancellor, who is with us in the room. The Vice Chancellor stands for recognition. And they allow me to also welcome the team from the University of Ines to stand for recognition. Members from Ines here present. Thank you. Further to that, we have members from the Rwanda Polytechnic. Again, the team is represented by the Vice Chancellor of Rwanda Polytechnic here present, stand for recognition. We have the principals, Principal of IPRC Msans, Deputy Principal IPRC Tumba. We have also members from Rwanda Polytechnic, IPRC Msans, IPRC Tumba. You can also stand for recognition. Members from IPRC in the room, thank you for being with us. We have also members from the University of Applied Science of Cologne, RFH Germany. Members from RFH in the room. Maybe they'll be joining us soon. We have also members of the consortium from the University of Art and Technology of Byumba, UTAB. The Vice Chancellor is here present with us. We recognize the Vice Chancellor of UTAB. We have also members, professors, different staff from the University of UTAB here present with us. You stand for recognition. Thank you. We have also members from the University of Applied Science of HN in Germany. Anyone from HN University? Probably there will be, we have Professor Nissen who will be presenting today. We have members from HBRS Germany. Members in the room here present from HBRS. Some of us will be joining us online. Given the objective of this project, we did not leave behind the different stakeholders. We have different stakeholders here present in the room. Private sectors are here represented. We may have members from the Rwanda Energy Group. Rwanda Energy Group. They will be joining us probably shortly. Energy private developers. They are also our key partners. We do recognize them in absentia. We have the Farming Green Limited. The Farming Green Limited, the managing director is here present with us. Thank you for turning up. And as the host, University of Rwanda, we would like to request members from the University of Rwanda here present in the room to stand also for recognition. I did not mention the Vice Chancellor because he is going to be welcome to deliver his opening remarks. All protocols observed, I would like to welcome you in this workshop. I'm Jamari Nambajimana, the project manager on the side of the University of Rwanda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jamari. That was very helpful. Now, the University of Rwanda, as you just been told, is the host of this event. And the Vice Chancellor here with us is also our guest of honor, but you realize we may not be referring to him as a guest when he's the host. So he's like the chief host. But he's a person you are happy to have as your host and chief host. And I would like to welcome you, Professor Muganga Kayihura Didas, for your remarks, your welcome remarks, and any other thing you'd like to add. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ignatius. And thank you, Jamari, for the great introductions of different groups. Your Excellency Ambassador Dr. Beren Carvo Uyala, Head of European Delegation in Rwanda, Jean-Michel Soarens, Deputy Head of Mission, and Head of Cooperation, Embassy of Belgium, if you are already in the room. Peter Primus, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany to Rwanda. Welcome. Prof. Fabio Santoni, Scientific Attaché of Embassy of Italy to Rwanda. Maybe at least others were recognized when I mentioned your name, because in a way Jamal preferred to identify fellow academicians and did not mention the... let me start again. Your Excellency, Ambassador Dr. Belen Carvo Uyara, please raise for recognition. Ambassador Dr. Bereni is the head of European delegation to Rwanda. It's always good to know, for those of you who didn't know her. Jean-Michel Soarens, Deputy Head of Mission and Head of Cooperation. Thank you for gracing our event. Peter Primus, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany. Thank you so much also for gracing our event. Professor Fabio Santoni, Scientific Attaché of Embassy of Italy to Rwanda. As I was saying it before to him and to Ambassador Bereni, it's not quite often hard to have a scientific attaché, so we are blessed to be having Professor Fabio with us here. Ambassador Guillaume Kavaruganda, if he's yet in the room, I'm not sure, who is our Director General for Europe in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Rwanda. Professor Paulo Andrei, Rector of University of Parma, who is, did I hear he will be joining us virtually? He's with us. Okay. We thank him for finding that time to be with us. Dr. Sylvie Mucho, Vice Chancellor, Rwanda Polytechnic. I know she had stood, but stood up with all others. Dr. Mucho, VC, would you please raise for a special recognition? Thank you so much, and thank you for the cooperation again. Now I'm in the team of my colleagues. Father Dr. Jean Bosco Baribesha, Vice Chancellor Ines, please once again raise for the recognition. Thank you so much for gracing our event as well. I know you are part of it as always, but coming, finding time to be with us is also equally important. Dr. Emmanuel Rukundo, no, before that, I'm sorry. Father Dr. Gilbert Munana, Vice Chancellor UTAB. Thank you so much for being there. Dr. Emmanuel Rukundo, DG Rwanda Water Resources Board, if he's in the room yet. Not yet. Deputy Vice Chancellors, Principals, Deputy Principals here present. And sorry, Prof. Roberto Valentino, Overall Project Coordinator, EnRHEd project, once again. That is, when he was recognized at the first, they said coordinator, but here I recognize him as the overall project coordinator of this project, EnRHEd project. Paolo C. Paolo Chiamporini, Greater Project Coordinator, if he's in the room. Welcome. Thank you so much. Professors, project managers, key stakeholders here present, including those that were mentioned earlier, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, a very good morning. As you heard, I was supposed to say something to you at this event, at this workshop, in my capacity as the Vice Chancellor of the University of Rwanda, but now I'm doubling as maybe the guest of hosts, not the guest of honor, but I'm representing as well the guest of honor. But I will say what I had to say even before. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to this international workshop organized in the framework of Erasmus Plus projects, namely the EnRHEd enhancement of Rwandan higher education in strategic fields for sustainable growth, and the one dubbed Greater, which is a simplified way a shorter way of saying growing in Rwanda energy awareness through higher education. First and foremost, I would like to express our gratitude for being part of the Erasmus Plus program, and I'm saying as the University of Rwanda. Rwandan higher education learning institutions are involved in different Erasmus Plus programs dimensions, including but not limited to the following. We are part of the international credit mobility, where students and staff move to and from Europe and Rwanda, and that means it's both ways. Students and staff move from Rwanda to Europe, and European students and staff move from Europe to Africa, to Rwanda in particular, and there is always a lot of exchanges in that. Erasmus Mundus joint master's degrees, and now Erasmus Plus capacity building in digital, capacity building in higher education. Sorry to say digital, and that means something. Higher education projects which aim at modernizing and reforming higher education institutions, developing new curricula, improving governance, and building relationships between higher education institutions in Rwanda and in Europe. This program can also tackle policy topics and issues, preparing ground for higher education reforms in cooperation with national authorities. Excellencies, here present, heads of different diplomatic missions, the European Commission is making better choices to consider Rwanda in Erasmus Plus program, as the country is becoming often and again a model of development and growth, not only for Central and Eastern Africa, but also for the entire African continent, with a very diversified higher education systems. Referring to the overall objective of the EnRHEd project, which is focusing on the revision of curricula and improving the didactic approaches through the training of professors and staff in Rwanda, setting up of new master's and PhD programs, introducing e-learning and technological improvements through the implementation of virtual platforms, promoting internationalization of education paths based on exchanges that were developed in the mobility flows of professors, staff members, and students to and from Rwanda. I would say that the current projects came at the right time. Indeed, all the 4 work packages of the project are very relevant and useful to the University of Rwanda in particular, and to other fellow higher learning institutions that were mentioned here present. The revision and the development of curricula is paramount to ensure that whatever we teach is aligned with the needs of the job market and interlinked with the job market, and that it captures the views of different stakeholders. We have made it an obligation here in Rwanda, not only with the University of Rwanda, but also with other higher learning institutions, that the curricula developed is always undertaken not only by the higher learning institutions, but also with the stakeholders as key in that development. I really commend what the University of Palma and other European institutions are doing in assisting professors in Rwanda to review and setting up new programs at our respective institutions. The setup of digital teaching equipment to facilitate e-learning is also very crucial, as they assist in the development of digital teaching contents. This is even more important today than ever before, given the recent experience we had with the COVID-19. Moreover, the training of administrative staff members in the internationalization activities and the teaching staff in the areas of improving didactic approaches have helped the University of Rwanda to strengthen its academic programs and meet the needs of the job market. I greatly appreciate the achievements made under the EnRHEd project, which is nearing to its conclusion. And I also congratulate the team of all partner institutions to have won a new project. And that's how it always goes. If you have done well, if you have a very cordial collaborations, one project leads to the other. This has just started, the Greater project, the one named Greater project, and for sure, there is a very, very high likelihood that even after this greater project that we've just won, many more shall be following. Indeed, this second project will help to fill the energy gap to enable equal access of the Rwandan population to electricity, widespread exploitation of renewable energy sources by both training the new generation of skilled professionals and for the widest diffusion of green awareness in the Rwandan community. As the University of Rwanda, we've just embarked on a very ambitious project after realizing that we were spending unbelievably high using EnRHEd, and members of Rwanda Energy Group, if you are here, don't find it as a problem. We feel like we need to progressively diversify our energy consumption to, both from the grid, but also from renewable energy, including the solar panels. And that is probably, the project will be helping us in one or the other in that regard, in our ambitious plan to progressively enable that diversification of our utility use. I would like to conclude my remarks by thanking the top leadership of our country. At the forefront, of course, our head of state, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Rwanda, Sir Paul Kagame, for paving smooth ways and the tightening the even enabling this international cooperation, which in turn benefits Rwandans in different aspects. Finally, allow me to welcome you all once again to this international workshop, which is going to be the venue and avenue for sharing best experiences and lessons learned from Erasmus Plus project and discussing future perspectives in Rwanda, in Rwandan higher education. When there were teams were being introduced, delegations from Italy, from Germany, from wherever, I noticed that we are seated together. If I was to be in the position to advise, I would advise that you mix up. The team from Ines should divide itself into, if you are many, at least there should be one representation on each of the tables. The same applies to the team from Italy. It should be distributed. If you are closer, you still keep the network closed. If you distribute yourselves, you widen the network, and that would add value to our cooperation as well. I welcome you once again to Kigali, the University of Rwanda, in particular to Rwanda, and Kigali, the capital. For those of you who came from outside, enjoy your stay, enjoy the deliberations within from this workshop, but even after the workshop, feel free to move around, and you don't need to be accompanied. Move alone. That will make it even much better. And if it goes as we planned, and you feedback, then you'll have made us better hosts. I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kaihura, Vice Chancellor, University of Rwanda, for your warm welcome to the guests here and for emphasizing and recognizing further the guests here present. Before we move on, I would like to recognize the presence of the founder of Ines, Father Fabian. Please stand up for recognition. You're here. A round of applause also for the Director General of the Rwanda Water Board, who also just joined us. Please stand up for recognition and welcome. Thank you very much. Now, EnRHEd and Greta are supported by the Erasmus program of the European Union. And the universities that are partners with the Rwandan university, the European universities that are partners with the Rwandan universities here also have, of course, that great relationship with the European Union, because Erasmus belongs to the European Union. And in the next few minutes, we are going to listen to the diplomatic ambassadors, heads of development partner agencies in Rwanda. And we are going to start with, we're starting with we're starting with Ambassador Dr. Belen Calvo Uyara, Head of EU Delegation in Rwanda. Welcome.
So good morning, Muramutse. So dear Vice Chancellor, host of honor in this conference, and the Vice Chancellors here present, the overall project coordinator, colleagues from all European Rwandan universities, members of this consortium, colleagues from Team Europe here present, and all protocols observed. I will stand on the protocols that you so well established here earlier. It really is a great pleasure to be here this morning. Erasmus is a flagship of the European Union, and it was launched almost 35 years ago to promote mobility within Europe. And since then, there have been tens of millions of students, teachers, researchers that have benefited from this experience. I myself am an Erasmus student. I think it's one of the best things that I've done in my life, and it was certainly the beginning of a path within the European Union and around the world. So the Erasmus Plus programs mirrors this same ambition. It creates study universities and closer ties between the European Union and our partner countries around the world. The Erasmus Plus programs covers the period 2021 to 2027, and it recognizes the importance of opening up these opportunities, funding exchange of students, academics, ideas, opportunities, good practices between organizations in program countries and partner countries throughout the world. Capacity building for higher education are one of the many key actions on the Erasmus Plus program. They operate as a multilateral partnership between institutions active in the higher education field in countries and in program countries and partner countries. Projects support the relevance, quality, modernization, and accessibility of higher education to make it a driver for sustainable social and economic development. And one of the main areas here, we will focus on green and digital transition. The EnRHEd Erasmus Plus is one of such key actions. I'm sure it will be covered in detail in the course of today's sessions. It certainly has helped enrich the qualifications of teachers and graduate students in some of the leading Rwandan higher education institutions. The greater program that it will also be presented here today will follow the same path, I'm convinced. I also want to stress out that both are key contribution to the green and digital transition, which is one of the main axes of interventions of the Erasmus+. Over the last years, the Erasmus program has opened up opportunities for Rwandan academics to study and upgrade the skills in Europe. Since 2017, 156 Rwandan students, researchers, and staff have participated in Erasmus Plus and studied in the EU. We've seen 12 Rwandans benefited from a full paid scholarship for an Erasmus Mundus joint master's degrees. So I want to be clear that our ambition is to do more. By the end of 2020, we have supported 35,000 African students and researchers in Erasmus programs. And in the context of the EU-Africa Alliance, we now want to double our financing resources for this, and we aim at getting 105,000 students and researchers from Africa by 2027. As the European Union delegation here in Kigali, it is our aspiration that more and more Rwandan students and teachers can benefit in the future and make the best out of these opportunities of Erasmus+. This is also why early in the year we organized the Erasmus Fair Awareness Raising Session with Rwandan universities as a way to showcase opportunities for study, research, and teachers' exchanges in Europe. And we hope that some of you will be able to share your experience. I see that there's some of the colleagues that benefited from that you will be able to share the benefits of this exchange during the networking opportunities today. I also want to highlight that the European Union commitment here in Rwanda, beyond the Erasmus Mundus, it focuses on education. Education is one of the priority sectors for our engagement with the government in support to building human capital as part of the national strategy for transformation. And we want to play a leading role in promoting quality and inclusive education in Rwanda, working closely with the partner institutions that are here present and with government. Some of the key areas where we're focusing is early childhood education, but also higher education with a focus on health and TVET. And some of these key programs are already underway. So since we are kindly hosted by the University of Rwanda, I would like to refer more particularly to the master's program that we launched this year on biotechnology with the support of the University of Grenoble and the ULB, my alma mater university too. This is another good example of Team Europe working together with an impactful offer for higher education. To the young graduates that are here today, I would like to say that the European Union counts your voice and would like to associate you in policy making also here in Kigali, and you will soon be hearing about a Youth Sounding Board, a space for young people to have an influence on the EU's external action here in Rwanda. To teachers here present, I want to commend you and to praise you for being at the heart of the education sector. You deeply influence our education experience and learning outcomes. After all, you are at the heart of development of our country, and you teach the future generations. These considerations are at the heart also of the European Union engagement in our partnership here in Rwanda. So thank you all, and I'm sure this is going to be a very fruitful day of exchanges, and I can't wait to hear the outcomes. So all the best for these days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Dr. Belen Calvo Uyara. Now, the 10 institutions, the 10 universities who are partners in EnRHEd and Greater, as you heard, have a coordinating institution. And that institution is the Great University of Parma. And they do their job in the framework of the Italian policy of scientific cooperation in East Africa. And amongst us, we have Professor Fabio Santoni, Scientific Attaché of Embassy of Italy in Rwanda, to tell us more about that. Welcome.
Excellencies, Vice Chancellors, academic authorities, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I thank the organizers of this event for inviting me. I'm very pleased and honored to be here today representing His Excellencies Massimiliano Mazzanti, Ambassador of Italy. I bring you his greetings and appreciation for the work done and the achievements in capacity building in Rwanda through the Erasmus Plus program. And on the Italian side, we would like to acknowledge the participation of University of Parma as a relevant partner with leading role in this activity. Let me briefly introduce myself and explaining why I'm here today. I hold the position of Scientific Attaché at the Embassy of Italy in Nairobi. This position was established about 2 years ago, and I have been recently appointed as Scientific Attaché to Rwanda as well. My role is therefore to promote scientific and technological cooperation between Italy and Rwanda, including academic institutions as well as research institutions. My role is also to promote academic exchange in terms of researchers and student mobility, both at PhD and master level students. The mandate also extends to collaboration in innovation and partnerships for the exploitation of the results of scientific research for socio-economic development in close coordination with the Italian Cooperation Agency. So this decision recently adopted to devote a full-time person in the embassy specifically to scientific and academic cooperation and in higher education is a clear indication of the interest of Italy in developing stronger relations in science, innovation and technology in the East African region and in Rwanda specifically. We recognize that Rwanda has a leading role internationally on environment and climate change adaptation. I just remind that Rwanda was one of the main sponsors for the resolution on plastics adopted last year at the 5th United Nations Environment Assembly, UNEA 5. And Rwanda will chair the General Assembly of International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, next year. To be honest, since the extension of my mandate to Rwanda was just a few months ago, this is actually my first time in Rwanda, and I'm glad to take this opportunity to meet relevant academic authorities and colleagues, looking forward to the consolidation of active partnerships and the establishment of new ones. Just a few days ago, on August 10, the Embassy of Italy organized a training event dedicated to 30 Rwandan students from several universities in the country, including University of Kigali, University of Rwanda, African Leadership University, and in the setting of the futuristic NorthCan incubator in Kigali. This is the result of a project led by Italy with the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, named I-ACT, Italy and IRENA Action for Climate Toolkit. 4 Rwandan activists were trained in Italy, and then they had the opportunity to spread and transfer the achieved knowledge to their colleagues in Rwanda, and this is an ongoing program. The seminar discussed the causes and effects of climate change and focused on responses adopted so far by international community and on the challenges on the near future. In particular, the solution that rural communities could adopt to face the adverse effect of climate change and related adaptation measures to the new ecosystem were discussed. Climate change has a global reach, but adaptation must be implemented locally, with local solutions. The recent floods that hit Rwanda and Greek Lakes region and the floods that hit Italy last month are an example of this situation. The collaboration between Italy and Rwanda in environment and conservation goes beyond academic research and collaboration. A specific memorandum of understanding is active between the Italian Carabinieri Force and the Rwandan police in the field of environmental crime and forestry monitoring and conservation. This is a capacity building program which we found very effective and mutually beneficial in sharing best practice and procedures. We have courses given by the Carabinieri officers to police force here in Rwanda with theoretical classes and joint field activities. On the bilateral side, Italy and Rwanda renewed the Memorandum of Understanding in occasion of the COP26 in Glasgow. And through this agreement, Rwanda and Italy are working together to adapt to the impact of climate change, reduce emission, and foster resilience in the face of rising temperatures and extreme weather events. Italy and Rwanda are also collaborating on the collection, analysis, and dissemination of data on the impact of climate change and improved risk assessment and disaster management. On the industrial engagement of Italy in collaboration with Rwanda on environment, let me remind the strong presence of ENI in Rwanda. An agreement was signed between ENI and the Rwanda Development Board, and in June, ENI Natural Energies inaugurated its office in Kigali in occasion of the EU-Rwanda Business Forum. We acknowledge that the investments of ENI in Rwanda is in perfect alignment with the Vision 2050 development strategy, with activities such as biofuel production, forest protection, biodiversity preservation, and carbon credits generation. So as I conclude, let me express my total engagement in pursuing new scientific and academic collaborations involving Italy and Rwanda. The main instrument we have already in our hands now is the research funding system from the European Union, such as the Erasmus Plus program. We will assist today to example of success in this collaboration. And we see opportunities in fields such as agriculture, food chain, from production to the table, including food preservation, then healthcare, information and communication and technology. But I'm here mostly to learn from the Rwandan colleagues what are their fields of interest and do my best to facilitate contacts with the Italian scientific and academic community. So I thank you all again for welcoming me in this great event, and I wish you all fruitful and engaging workshop today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Fabio Santoni. Now, next, again, you heard that 10 institutions participate in the EnRHEd and Greater projects. 3 of those higher learning institutions are from Germany: RFH, HBRS, and HN. The trio are all universities of applied sciences. They wouldn't be able to do their job if it wasn't for the support of the German government. And here with us we have Peter Primus, Deputy Head of Mission at the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany, to deliver his remarks. Welcome, Peter Primus.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony, dear Vice Chancellor of the University of Rwanda, our host, Ambassador Belen from the EU delegation, dear members and colleagues of the Diplomatic Corps, Vice Chancellors, Chancellors here present, and dear guests from the universities from Italy, from Belgium, and of course also from Germany. I'm standing in for our new ambassador who just presented yesterday to the Excellency, your President Paul Kagame, her letters of credence, Heike Dettmann. Thomas Kurz is a former ambassador. He's now back in Berlin, and our new ambassador will participate in the ambassadors conference in Berlin next week. That's why she had to travel, and I'm standing in here for her. I have just some general remarks because I'm not too familiar with the Erasmus Plus program, but I learned through a professor from the University of Niederrhein some details which are very interesting. So I will give some general remarks about academic exchange and scientific international research from the German perspective, and also some aspects of our development cooperation where we are also active in exchange and university cooperation. In the German system, the 2 flagship organizations are DAAD and AVH. It's a German Academic Exchange Service and the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, which are funded both by the Federal Foreign Office. The budget is roughly 1 billion euros. That includes also our general cultural collaboration with Goethe Institute worldwide. International university cooperation is a fundamental component of teaching and research at German universities. It not only strengthens the intercultural skills of students and teachers, but it's also a possibility to share the achievements and experiences of the education system in Germany worldwide. About 300 German universities are associated with universities and other partner institutions abroad, resulting in more than 33,000 agreements with over 5,400 partner institutions in around 150 countries. What kind of cooperation? Exchange of students, doctoral candidates, and researchers come to mind first, supported by state or privately funded scholarships programs such as from the mentioned German Academic Exchange Service. However, one important field is international cooperation in institutional development. Germany is a federal state, so education and higher education falls under the supervision of the individual federal states, 16. This leads to a very dynamic landscape, also in the field of cooperation, as you can see in Rwanda, where universities from various federal states like Rhineland-Palatinate, North Rhine-Westphalia, Schleswig-Holstein, Baden-Württemberg, all follow and pursue academic cooperation programs in different sectors in Rwanda. We have a cultural agreement with Rwanda bilaterally since 1991. We also had one university lecturer at the university in Butare, funded by the DAAD, in history and political science, and we want to extend this long-term scholarship, but have to find a new subject of cooperation for the next long-term lecturer. We have roughly 20 university cooperations between our two countries, 7 of them very active with the University of Rwanda alone, let's say University of Tübingen, University of Koblenz, and we have active partnerships with other universities in the country like Hochschule Mainz with Ines, University Ruhr-Gary, University of Hamburg-Eppendorf. They are very strong in forensic medicine, and they also collaborate with your Attorney General and the Rwanda National Police and the medical faculties of your universities. There are some figures I would like to just give you to the level of intensity of cooperation to demonstrate it. So far we handed out in total scholarships to 568 students from Rwanda, and currently there are over 200 students from Rwanda studying in Germany. There are other forms of collaboration also from other ministries, like our Ministry of Research and Higher Education, which collaborates and is supporting the Ames Institute of Mathematics Next Einstein initiative with short-time lecturers every year, 1 or 2. There is a famous medical school, the Charité, which is a top research institution in Berlin for medical science, which collaborates in this area of global health. There is Robert Koch Institute for infectious diseases in Berlin, which will also here set up intensive care unit for infectious diseases in Kigali. And there are very special programs also with funds from the Federal Foreign Office channeled through UNHCR, the so-called DAFI, Einstein Initiative, scholarships for tertiary education for refugees who receive surplus scholarships to finish master or bachelor degrees here in the country, to give them also a perspective in tertiary education. Last but not least, in the framework of our development cooperation, where we focus on good governance, rule of law, private sector development, digitalization, we also have now a new focal area where we signed an MOU upon the visit of our Minister for Development Cooperation, Mrs. Schulze, last year in March, in the field of climate change and environmental protections. In the framework of this partnership between Rwanda and Germany, the two ministers, Honorable Mrs. Schulze and Honorable Minister Jean-Jacques Mujava Maria, signed a climate research partnership at COP27 in Egypt. This cooperation includes renowned German institutions like the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research and with the University of Hamburg, that will support the Open Science Conference of the World Climate Research Program that is going to take place in mid-October in Kigali for the first time in Africa. The results of the conference will be submitted to the 28th conference of the parties, COP28. And another field of collaboration in the framework of development cooperation are the efforts to educate personnel in the context of the Rwandan plans for vaccine production and the investment of BioNTech, where we hope to witness the opening of the mRNA factory in December this year. The Biotechnology Academy of Rhineland-Palatine with the universities of Bingen, Mainz and Kaiserslautern are developing an upskilling degree program in biotechnology that will be offered virtually. This will be integrated in the newly created African Biomanufacturing Institute, ABI. In addition, the East African Regional Center of Excellence for Vaccines, Immunization and Health Supply Chain Management, housed also at the University of Rwanda, there will be support given to a master's degree in biotechnology, quality control and regulatory affairs, as well as short courses for upskilling in pharmaceutical sector. Last but not least, a 2-year master program in economics on applied quantitative economics, also at University of Rwanda, is established and developed through a partnership with the prestigious University of Kiel and the Kiel Institute of the World Economy, implemented via our technical cooperation agency, GIZ or GIC. We have also other startup support through the Westerwelle Foundation Startup House, where we run a program, She Ignites, for female startup entrepreneurs, especially in the field of renewable energies and environmental protection. So it was a bit outside of the box what I talked about, but to give you a broader framework of our academic cooperation and exchange, and I wish you a successful, a good workshop which brings the collaboration between European academic institutions and Rwandan universities to the next level and to a good, sustainable, long-lasting cooperation which shall be fruitful for both sides. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter Primus. You said you are new, but you did so well. Very informative what you told this audience. Before we move on to the next, I would like to specially recognize Giovanni Davite, Chair of the European Chamber of Business in Rwanda, also who doubles as the Honorary Consul of Italy in Rwanda. Please stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. We are going to continue doing what we've been doing, which is listening to the heads of missions on their policy, cooperation policies in Rwanda. But first, we're going to do have a quick not a group photo, because not everyone is going to be involved. But the vice chancellors representing the institutions, or the deputy vice chancellors who are here representing the institutions, or the principal, and then the heads of diplomatic development agency organizations in this country, and the project managers. We are quickly going to have, please bring us chairs very quickly here, like 15 chairs. People will sit, and then others will stand behind them. And we do a quick photo before someone or two run away from us. People important who must be in this picture. Yes, and when I say they're running away from us, take it very positively. They are running away to go and do some very important things for you. So put them. representatives of the 10 participating institutions, ambassadors, or officials representing the embassies, project managers, the Rwanda Water Board, please come over. Everyone who has been recognized this morning, their name mentioned especially, they need to be here. Do we have anyone from the French embassy here? And anyone else who feels they are very, very important to this project and they haven't been mentioned, please feel free to come. No one is going to turn you back. Just come. Or if you think you are going to make the photo more colorful, just come. Yeah, the principal. Are all the project managers here? The project managers. I can see project managers who are a bit shy. No, you don't have to be. And the SPIU coordinator, please come. That's where these projects are also. And anyone else who is an SPIU coordinator, not necessarily of UR, has a very big relationship with these projects. Please come. The face of the camera is big enough to accommodate you. Thank you very much. In a moment, we are resuming. Let me remind you that EnRHEd stands for Enhancement of Rwandan Higher Education through interventions in strategic fields. And greater means growing Rwandan energy awareness through higher education. Guest of honor, sir, or chief host. We're resuming from where we just left off a short while ago. And we were listening to a series of remarks from heads of diplomatic development partner organizations whose support to the partner institutions in the EnRHEd and greater projects is crucial. And again, you've noted that from these 10 participating institutions, there is one called Liège University, and this is a Belgian university, and obviously it is able to take part in this Erasmus Plus program of the European Union because Belgium is a member and Belgium supports this. And now we're going to hear from Jean-Michel Swalens, the Deputy Head of Mission and Head of Cooperation at the Embassy of Belgium in Rwanda, talking to us about the Belgian policy on cooperation in Rwanda. Welcome, Mr. Jean-Michel Swalens.
Thank you very much. Dear Vice Chancellor of the University of Rwanda, dear members of the Academic Corps, dear colleagues of the Diplomatic Corps, dear guests of France, Germany, Italy, dear participants, all protocols observed. First of all, I want to thank you for inviting Belgium to this workshop. You have asked me to give a speech on Belgian cooperation in Rwanda. I think, however, that 10 minutes would be too short if we had to describe the whole of this cooperation, which is characterized by a wide variety of actors and instruments. I therefore try to present to you the aspects of this cooperation that are in line with the theme of this workshop. And I would like to start by mentioning a reality that tends to go unnoticed. This is the number of young Belgians who come to Rwanda for a training course. Since the beginning of the year, we have no less than 25 young Belgians come to Rwanda for an internship, most often as part of their university studies and generally in the field of medicine or agriculture. Why do I start with this? The reason is simple. What I want to emphasize with that is that this period of training for the young people concerned is generally rich, professionally and humanly. They return home with a new experience that will probably never leave them and will play an important role in their lives. I'm convinced that Rwanda has much to teach us and that we can learn a lot from each other. Our cooperation today must be based largely on shared knowledge. In the field of research in particular, there is no doubt that this shared knowledge can inspire and guide new cooperation activities. As I said in my introduction, Belgian cooperation is generally characterized by a wide variety of actors and instruments. This is fully true in the case of Rwanda. I would like to mention intergovernmental cooperation as a first example. We are currently preparing a new 5-year cooperation program, and this program places great emphasis on capacity building, research, and training in its 3 core sectors: agriculture, urbanization, and health. And I would like to develop here the concrete example of health, where the next program ambitions to support evidence-based improvement of health and quality of healthcare with the aim getting research into policy and practice. GRIP, this is a new acronym. In cooperation, we try to create new acronym every day. So GRIP is stands for getting research into policy and practice. Concretely, in this component, EnRHEd, the Belgian Development Agency, will cooperate with the Ministry of Health, RBC, academic institutions, and public health institutes that to foster research and translate it in policy and practices. We hope that the scope of this outcome will be broadened with expected additional means provided by the European Union through a regional Team Europe initiative supporting national public health institutes. Let me now turn to the component of our cooperation, which plays a central role in today's theme. This is, of course, inter-university cooperation. Concretely, this cooperation is implemented by 2 university platforms, VLIR and ARES. One brings together Flemish universities and the other French-speaking universities. This is the way things are going in Belgium, but each of these platforms enjoys significant support from the federal state while having relative autonomy in the selection of projects. At this stage, I could mention a lot of activities and projects, but I would like to start with institutional cooperation between the University of Rwanda and ARES. This component is not focused on a particular area of research or teaching, but aims to strengthen the university as a whole. It's therefore transversal. This component, which is already more than 25 years old, has certainly contributed to the strengthening of the University of Rwanda and its influence at national and international level. The second project I would like to mention is United for Health, supported by VLIR, the other platform from the north of the country. The main objective of United for Health is strengthening the healthcare system in Rwanda by facilitating synergistic collaborations between university, care providers, NGOs, the private sector, and policymakers. More concretely, this project facilitates student internships, student theses, and joint research projects. It promotes also events and sharing opportunities on research funding. The third project I would like to mention is the creation of the Master in Biotechnology. It started actually 10 years ago during the development of the institutional support plan for the University of Rwanda by ARES. One of the results of this cooperation was the establishment of a biotechnology center able to support training and research in all areas of life science. Several activities took place afterwards, notably the establishment of the Biotechnology Society, which organized 2 scientific conferences in 2015 and 2017. These conferences, and there was also a third conference, I think. These conferences stimulated the enthusiasm of participants and stakeholders for the creation of this master. And we know what happened afterwards. Many partners joined their effort to create this master. And we know the central place that this master's degree and the consecutive PhD will take in the broader project of creating in Rwanda a pharmaceutical industry. Besides this, there are numerous research projects carried out in cooperation between the University of Rwanda and a number of Belgian universities in different disciplines. As I see, we are a bit beyond time, and I won't name all those projects, but the main part of those projects are in health, agriculture, but also in other disciplines. I would also like to mention the scholarship programs of VLIR and EnRHEd in Belgium, offering masters, specialized master, and PhD, also for Rwandan students. At this stage, I would like also to mention the Institute of Tropical Medicine of Antwerp, which has a partnership with the Rwanda Biomedical Center and the University of Rwanda. This is focus of antimicrobial surveillance and antimicrobial resistance. University of Rwanda and the Institute of Tropical Medicine collaborate for antimicrobial stewardship program aiming to improve antibiotics prescription, which is also a problem of public health, a well-known problem. I would also like to mention the cooperation between the African Museum and the Rwanda Mining Board in geology. And I would add also to this 4 Belgian organizations, ACTEC, APF, VVOB, Light for the World, which are specializing in education. They are not active in higher education, but rather primary and secondary education, or even technical and vocational education. And the quality of primary and secondary education, or TVET, is also crucial. This can be seen when it comes to the creation of the ecosystem, allowing the advent of a pharmaceutical industry in Rwanda. A very wide variety of trades is necessary, including more technical trades, which are essential to the success of this project. Besides that, it's clear that the university needs well-trained students who master the knowledge and skills needed to progress in higher education. Today, I will stick to that description while reiterating the values of partnership, knowledge, and shared research. Our cooperation is bi-directional. We learn from each other and we progress together. Let me switch to Kinyarwanda. I hope my Rwandan friends will translate at the coffee break. Umwanzuro wanje nyewe nagize mu Rwanda kera imyaka 40 irenze nize imico y'u Rwanda n'ikinyarwanda nize byinshi mu Rwanda cyane cyane umwaka wa mbere namaze hano kera cyane ibyo nashatse kuvuga nuko buri munsi ndiga hano mu Rwanda kandi byamfashije mu buzima bwanjye cyane sindamenya kuvuga amazina y'inka ariko nza mfite umugambi wo kubyiga niba ari umwe muri mwebwe wakwemera kubinyigisha nzamushima murakoze cyane.
For him, I will ask for another round of applause. Yeah, I would like to give you a tip. That the Vice Chancellor knows amazina y'inka, so feel free to approach him during the break and he'll give you an appointment. But thank you so much, Mr. Swallens. Yeah, we are now back to where it all starts when it comes from the European Union, and that is at the great University of Parma, the coordinating institution. Professor Paolo Andrei, rector of the University of Parma, in a recorded message, is going to talk to us about his institution's policy on international cooperation. So please, thank you.
Experiences, and we try to strengthen our cooperation by implementing the activities of the first Erasmus Plus project, EnRHEd. It is quite evident that our efforts were successful because today, besides the EnRHEd project, we have its exploitation, the greater project. In few years, this is the second project funded by the European Union and led by the University of Parma, which involves both public and private Rwandan higher education institutions, and we can only be happy about this. In the last 3 years, besides the 2 capacity building projects, another Erasmus exchange project was implemented in cooperation between the University of Parma and the University of Rwanda in the fields of psychology, pediatrics and pharmacy. The University of Parma is very proud to lead all these projects. In this way, as a European institution, we contribute to the implementation of the European policies in the development of higher education around the world. And this is not a secondary task for a public and ancient university like the University of Parma is. Our university recognizes the importance of aligning its action with the European Union policy aimed at increasing the quality and efficiency of education and training systems in the European Union and abroad. The statute of the University of Parma states that our university recognizes the strategic importance of international cooperation for development and promotes its implementation, in line with the ethical and political commitments undertaken by the international community. In recognizing social and cultural diversity among peoples, our university promotes the international cooperation by supporting research and education with special attention to sustainable human development, also through bilateral and multilateral partnerships with international institutions. The Statute of the University of Parma also states that our university supports and encourages the international dimension of research and training programs through official agreements with European and non-European institutions. Our university promotes the participation in international networks to activate multiple and joint degrees to increase the admission of foreign students, researchers and lecturers, to encouraging the mobility of students, teaching staff and administrative staff. These Erasmus projects are perfectly correspondent to the policy of both internationalization and international cooperation of the University of Parma. The model of the internationalization adopted by the University of Parma is based on cooperation. At the heart of the cooperative model is the idea that knowledge is a universal public good that must be expanded and made accessible to the widest possible public around the globe. The enrichment of knowledge occurs through cooperation, which enhances the cultural heritage of each individual country and each individual institution. In cooperation, the search for diversity is the stimulus for mobility and the creation of networks. The benefits of academic learning abroad derive not only from its content, but also from the stimulus to reflection and comparative thinking that it provides. Internationalization strategies inspired by the principle of cooperation are more inclusive in the choice of partners and are equally attentive to incoming and outgoing mobility, interested in attracting exchange students. The emphasis is on academic, cultural and personal benefits rather than economic or geopolitical ones. Attention is paid to ensuring the benefits to each agreement and the activity are equally distributed between the various partners. Thanks to these Erasmus projects, several teaching staff members and students from Rwanda had the possibility to spend a period in our European institutions. We know from their testimonies that it was an enriching experience for all of them, and we are happy about that. In the same way, some teaching staff and students from our university had the opportunity to visit Rwanda, to spend a period in your institution, to teach, to work, to create connections. All this is a priceless contribution to the development of knowledge and research. Beyond Europe, on the Erasmus programs in 2015, the University of Parma launched the Overworld program, entirely funded by our university. The flow of outgoing students to non-European countries was been about 130 per year, while the flow of incoming students is about 60. There are 32 destination countries covering all continents, and obviously Rwanda is among them. The major beneficiaries of mobility programs were exchange students who had the opportunity to spend a period of study or internship in a foreign country. The students have gained extraordinary experience. They have been in contact with different academic realities, experienced new teaching methods, interacted with students and teachers from different cultures, and organized their lives in previously unknown environments. Many of them have taken advantage to the opportunity to travel and learn more about their host country. I can testify that this occurred to all Italian students who had the opportunity to spend a period in Rwanda in the last 4 years. And this is thanks to the hosting availability of our Rwandan partners. Some research activities, even in cooperation with local governmental agencies, have recently been launched in cooperation between the University of Parma and Rwandan institutions, and I am sure that much more will be done in the future. The workshop taking place today regards the EnRHEd project, which is nearing in conclusion, but we have the opportunity to work about the greater project, which is just started. So it is not a concluding event, but obviously, on the contrary, it will pave the way to more wide and strong cooperation between the University of Parma and all Rwandan institutions that are represented here today. It is easily understandable that these projects had a great impact on all partner institutions. I can assure you that the impact inside the University of Parma was great, and many teaching and administrative staff members were involved in different activities. By working together with Rwanda colleagues, they gained a lot in terms of teaching experience, scientific improvement, and above all, cultural exchange. The commitment of the University of Parma to continue the collaboration with Rwandan partners will be to the utmost of our ability. I am confident that the activities undertaken will be fruitfully developed. And thank you very much, and have a nice and fruitful meeting. Thank you. First of all, let me greet and thank a lot the University of...
Thank you very much, Rector of the University of Parma. And after him, in terms of the University of Parma and EnRHEd, is another important person called Professor Roberto Valentin. Professor Roberto is the coordinator of the EnRHEd project, which you've been told is not ending, but in a way metamorphosing into greater. But before it ends, he's going to come and tell us what have been the benefits, the outcomes. Welcome is Professor Roberto Valentino.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. I do not repeat my greetings, but for all the special persons who are present here, who represent the government of Rwanda, the different higher education institutions, and obviously the different embassies which are represented today here. It is a very great pleasure to be here today. I've been here even yesterday. I've seen how the University of Rwanda prepared this event, and I'm very glad about that, and we are very glad about that. I'm here after the speech of our rector, as you have seen, and but I represent the group coming from the University of Parma. So I'm not here alone, and this is a very proudly occasion to represent my institution and all the colleagues who cooperated with me in developing, in implementing this Erasmus Plus project. If the presentation is ready. Another important feeling that in which I'm involved now in this precise moment is that I can see in the audience many teaching staff coming from the Rwandan institutions who are not only colleagues, but they have become friends. And for me, this is the main important outcome of this project. I've been in Rwanda since 6 years ago, and this is the 10th time for me. And I just asked to some of you today, if possible in the future, I can get the Rwandan citizenship. I could be very proud about that. And I appreciated very much the representative of the Embassy of Belgium speaking in Kinyarwanda. I'm not sure I will speak Kinyarwanda like him in the future, but anyway, I'm very happy to be here and to share with you some contents about the EnRHEd project. Most of you already know about it, but according to me, today it is the occasion to speak about it in detail and to show which have been and which are in detail the main impacts in our institutions. These pictures represents some students, Rwandan students of a secondary school. Our project is to go beyond the secondary school, hoping that more and more students from Rwanda can attend good quality higher education courses in your institutions, in your universities. So the EnRHEd project has been granted in the framework of capacity building in the field of higher education. This is a joint project. It started in January 2020. It is expected to be ended in January 2024. It is important to recall the success rate of this project, which was in the call of 2018 19.4% all over the world, but in our region, which includes Africa, the success rate was 15.7%. So we were and we still are very proud to have been the protagonists of this challenge. And we were granted for more than 900,000 euros. And most of them have been spent for different activities. And now, today we are here to testify how those public money have been spent. They are public money, it means that they come from our pockets, and they have been spent. In which way? We are, it has been already mentioned that we are a consortium of 7 universities, University of Parma, Liège, and University of Applied Sciences in Cologne, on the side of Europe. Then the hosting institution, University of Rwanda, Ines Ruhengeri, IPRC Musanze, and UTAB. The history of the EnRHEd project is not too long, but it is significant in history because the project has been built starting from personal relationships. Here today we have some representatives of your institution who are maybe no longer in the management of the institution, but supported a lot the development of and the construction, the building of this project since the beginning. In order to demonstrate that every result starts from engagement coming from everybody. The main objectives of the EnRHEd project are revision of current curricula, setup of new upgrade master and PhD programs, and most of the colleagues of the Rwandan institutions who are present today here have contributed a lot in this kind of work. Then after, promotion of internationalization based on mobility flows of students and teaching staff, and introduction of e-learning. We also had and still have transversal objectives, such as academic knowledge transfer from academia to private and public institutions, development of project management skills, transferring know-how from academia to enterprises and even vice versa, and improvement of our graduates' employability. Since the beginning, we selected only two strategic fields for sustainable growth, which are in detail food science and technology, on the other side, environmental protection, safety, and management. In these two tables, we see the list of the 9 curricula that have been revised and of the 12 curricula that have been set up. They are still ongoing. Some of them are still ongoing. Some of them have been approved. We will see the detail of final results in the following. As regard exchanges, this picture shows some numbers. 36 people coming from Europe to Rwanda, and almost 50 teaching staff from Rwanda to Europe. Unfortunately, only 1/3 of the expected number of students from Rwanda to Europe had the possibility to benefit from this exchange, and surely 9 administrative staff members had the possibility to be trained in our university in Parma, coming from the Rwandan institutions. We also had the possibility to build a virtual platforms to share teaching and learning materials and attending distance classes. The Rwandan institutions also had the possibility to purchase digital equipment to facilitate e-learning and promote internationalization at home. Which are the achieved results? I don't want to go in detail in the numbers and in tables, but I would like to share with you some photos. Images maybe tell more than words. So we had in February 2020, we had the kickoff meeting in Rwanda, obviously, and we had the opportunity to visit all the Rwandan institutions. Then after, as you well know, the COVID outbreak came, and there was no longer the possibility to travel, but we moved online. This was a challenging experience, not only for us on the European side, but even for you. And we know very well what we experienced in that period. But we continued, and we had, thanks to the support mainly of RFH in Cologne, we had the possibility to be trained in learning how to have distance learning. And most of us had the possibility to get a certificate related to teaching e-learning. Then, as you see, and some digital labs were installed in the Rwandan institutions. Immediately after the COVID outbreak, we came for the midterm visit to Rwanda, and we had the opportunity to see how the involvement of Rwandan institutions was still there. And after we organized the administrative staff training at the University of Parma in November 2021, and we also organized the first international workshop in our university. This is the second event, but the first event was hosted 2 years ago in our university in Italy. We had the opportunity to organize training of Rwandan teaching staff at the University of Parma. You can see some pictures, and every time our Rwandan colleagues had the opportunity to get a certificate. This training was related to different fields, from civil engineering to food science and technology to architecture and land survey. And you can see, and even ICT very recently. Obviously, the occasion of physical exchange is even to share different cultures, even to share amazing moments around a table, eating together, and it was wonderful. We also organized a training and workshops in Rwanda. Most of them involved not only teaching staff, but even students, as you can see in these pictures. Obviously, these training and workshops involved not only the University of Parma, but even University of Liège and University of Applied Sciences of Cologne. As you see here, some pictures that testify the involvement of many students in these kind of initiatives. Obviously, we had the opportunity to have some institutional meetings in Rwanda, and they helped us very much to be more and more motivated to continue to cooperate. We had a wonderful summer school at the University of Liège 1 year ago, but our colleague Roland Billen will give some more details about that. And we also had the possibility to host in our universities in Europe some students. Some of them are still there because we had the opportunity to give them the possibility to be enrolled as master students in our master courses. Some European students visited Rwanda, and they had the opportunity also to teach in short courses. This was in cooperation with the Rwandan Water Board. It took place last January. We had the opportunity to organize 2 summer schools in Rwanda. The first one took place 1 year ago at IPRS Musanze. The second one took place last week at IPRS Musanze as well. Both of these events have been organized in cooperation with the Rwandan Water Board. That's why we invited the General Director of RWB to be present today to give his testimony about this good cooperation between academia and the public institutions. Obviously, most of teaching staff that is present here today from Rwandan institutions was involved in revising and developing the new programs, and these are the programs that are currently on the table. And this is the current status. As regards the revision of current curricula, some of them have been approved, but some of them need to be approved by HEC. Some of them have been already submitted to HEC, and we hope to reach the final achievement, which is approval by HEC by the end of the project. If not, unfortunately, the risk is of losing the final installment of budget coming from the European Commission. The situation is more or less the same as regards the setup of new programs. As you see, the list is very long, so the work was very hard. In fact, it was not possible to complete all the work in 3 years. We were allowed to continue to have an extension of 1 year. This is the 4th year of the project. But unfortunately, some of those programs are still on the pipeline to be approved by HEC. So we hope to reach those objectives by the end of this year, in order to demonstrate that to the European Commission that our commitment was not at 80%, not at 90%, but it was at 100%. The upcoming activities, we have still 4 months beyond of us. We expect mobility of teaching staff in the field of architecture from UART University of Parma in the coming months. And we expect also mobility of administrative and teaching staff for a monitoring and evaluation workshop at University of Parma in November. We expect to produce teaching and learning material. We expect to obtain approval of revised and new programs by the Rwandan Higher Education Council. We expect, hopefully, to activate revised and new programs in this coming academic year in your institutions. Obviously, we will continue dissemination and exploitation activities. We will have a financial audit and also the final reporting to the European Commission. Now, very briefly, which is the impact of the EnRHEd project in the lead institution, University of Parma? As you have seen previously, we have a strong commitment coming from our leadership, the rector, Paolo Andrei, the deputy rector, Paolo Martelli, who is going to become the new rector at the end of the previous mandate of Paolo Andrei. The project involves 4 departments of our university and has been promoted by the University Center for International Cooperation. The coordination of the project is not only my task, but I have a great support coming from Dr. Alessandro Bernazzoli as regards project administration, and even a great support coming from Dr. Francesco Maria Froldi as regards project supervision. I cannot forget, and I have to underline, the great support coming from my colleagues who are the focal person in different fields. First of all, I would like to mention Davide Barbanti, focal person in the field of food science and technology, Professor Marco Doria, focal person in the field of engineering, geology, environmental protection, safety, and management, and Professor Silvia Rossetti, who is the focal person in the field of architecture and urban planning. But beside us, a huge number of colleagues of our university were deeply involved in this project. More than 30 colleagues supported this project. They are not present here, but I would like to remember them and to say that the involvement was very great. We also have 2 reference people as regards the quality evaluation of our project, an internal evaluation coming from the Internal Evaluation Board, led by colleague Professor Maria Candida Ghidini, and even an external expert as regards quality, Dr. Katiusha Cipri. Obviously, we were deeply involved in disseminating our activity through the website of the project and even using social media. We had a newsletter. Most of you still receive the EnRHEd newsletter every 3 months, and we also have the paper brochure that you found on the table coming here today. This is the insert of our project in the official institutional website of the University of Parma. I would like to conclude to underline that we had mainly a triple impact of the EnRHEd project in our institution. First, a scientific didactic impact. Second, a technical administrative impact. Third, a cultural impact. As regards scientific didactic impact, we experienced exchanging ideas, methods, and approaches. We shared the different design methods in the setup of new programs. We also attended e-learning training together. We had the possibility to host foreign teachers and researchers. This is not an obvious task, and we provided the distance learning. Some of modules in your institution have been taught by our colleagues remotely. Second, technical administrative impact. We can mention management of a capacity building project, This was a new challenge as a lead institution. This was the first capacity building project for University of Parma. We experienced a strong commitment of top managers. We have seen the involvement of many administrative staff members in training and administrative processes. We also had 6 external expert staff involved in the administrative training. We also experienced technical and financial organization of events, travels, and hosting. This is experience. This is academic experience as well. Last, cultural impact. At internal level, we experience collaboration between people of different areas and departments, internally in our university. With Rwandan partners, we experience different methodological approaches, different sensitiveness, mutual exchange. We had the possibility to meet the people with very different histories, habits, and lifestyles. We learned from each other, but especially from the process we did together. This is the main important outcome, according to me. Not only the objectives we reached, but the process that allowed us to have an exploitation experience with the greater project. At international level, obviously, the University of Parma gained the international profile and visibility of the institution. Then, concluding with the 3 words, commitment. All of us were deeply committed in the development of this project. We tried to improve ourselves, our skills, everything, and above all, we increased human relations. So the challenges were and still are many, but they deserved and still deserve to be addressed. I mentioned it as exploitation of the EnRHEd project, the greater project, but I will give the floor to my colleague and friend, Professor Paolo Ciampolini. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Roberto Valentino. Before we proceed with your colleague, Professor Paolo Ciampolini, I would like to recognize the presence of the UR Deputy Vice Chancellor for Strategic Planning and Administration, not only because he's my immediate boss, but also because the partnerships fall under his portfolio, and we're here because these institutions partner. So welcome, Dr. Raymond Ndikumana. Now you can come over, Professor.
Thank you, MC. Good morning, everyone. Dear representatives of the diplomatic missions here in Rwanda, dear chancellors and vice chancellors, dear fellow colleagues of Rwandan and European universities, it's my pleasure to distinguished guests. It's my pleasure to be here and try to provide you with some outline of the new projects, the new project which is just starting. Let me thank Roberto for not just for letting me having the floor, but also because, as we said already many times, among the enabling conditions that allowed us to launch this new project is for sure one of the most relevant is the previous EnRHEd project. So we wouldn't be there if EnRHEd project was not actually implemented. So we are just at the beginning. we are taking the baton from the EnRHEd project. We actually look forward to leave the baton to someone else at the end of this project. So I have not that many things to describe as Roberto did. I'm just trying to give you a few hints, insights about what we hope our project will produce, how the impact we are looking for it to have in this country, and to this purpose, and about the motivation we are actually trying to push the project. So let me just try. Okay. We start from this context, basically. We know that the Erasmus Plus project has clear priorities, and among them we had the environmental and fight against climate change and digital transformation, which, as we'll see, are at the core of the new GREATER project. GREATER stands for a growing Rwanda energy awareness through higher education. And so I will try to establish this link between energy and higher education, which is at the core of the project. And then we had a number of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which are listed here. So we are actually dealing, of course, with education, quality education. We are dealing with clean energy, which is one of the key words we shall hear more frequently. We are, of course, striving for innovation and new infrastructures. We are actually interested in dealing with sustainable cities and communities, and we are also quite much involved in trying to reduce inequalities. And we start from such inequalities because electricity and electrical energy is actually a key enabler for most of the human activities anywhere. But still we have quite huge inequalities in electricity access. Is there any problem with the overhead projector? Is it working now? Okay. We are talking about electricity problems, so you see that. Okay. I was mentioning there are still quite large inequalities in access to electricity, and all of them are mostly focused in this African region here. But we have to be aware that energy poverty is really a strong limitation to the development. So we need to look at that more carefully. And even though Rwanda electricity access is rapidly growing, actually, we have still problems. We have some figures here. I'm not going into that much details, but the idea is that at this very moment, roughly 1/4 of the Rwandan population still lacks electricity access, mostly in rural regions, but there are a government plan for having all the Rwandan population to access electricity within next year. And this will not be done by extending the current grid distributing electricity, but will mostly be obtained by accounting for small, standalone off-grid plants. And let me also mention that there is concurrent issues, because even though in Rwanda more energy is being produced from here to here, from year to year, then Rwandan population is growing more or less at the same rate. So the amount of energy which is available for each person is not increasing as needed. So the available energy available to anyone is still limited. And if we compare the amount of energy which Rwandan population can access at this moment with similar figures in Europe or even in the United Nations, you see how different they are. So you may easily understand the impact improving the amount of energy available could have. Currently, each Rwandan citizen is allowed to use one amount of energy which is 60 times lower than we use in Italy, 90 times lower than people as available in Germany, 100,000 and 60 times lower than in the United States. So there is quite room for improvement, of course, so we need more energy, that's for sure, but we need that energy to be clean, safe, and sustainable. And that's because we are aware of many issues that are related, for instance, to pollution, to many drawbacks of producing energy in unsafe and unclean ways. And in this view, we might actually consider that on a merely quantitative ground, Rwanda is already doing much better than Europe. The amount of renewable, clean energy which is used by Rwanda is in a relative sense much higher than what actually happened in Europe. That comes mostly from hydropower here in Rwanda, but on a quantitative ground, we definitely need to increase the amount of energy we produce. Is there any problem yet? Okay, let's go. So that's the reason why we are actually referring to renewable energy for this purpose, because renewable energies have a number of different advantages. They allow for much faster and wide deployment all over the country. We not need necessarily to develop grids to lay cables and these kind of things. So they require much less impact on infrastructure. So they are, in a sense, less expensive. And most important, they are environmentally friendly. But in order to effectively deploy renewable energies in any country, and in this country in particular, we need, of course, to rely on affordable, reliable, and modern technologies. But if we think that within a short time, most likely more or less half of the Rwandan population will live on that kind of energy, mostly, and half of those households will be equipped with off-grid plants, then we easily understand the huge need for having skilled professionals driving that transition. And that's the link with education. We need to provide, to support a Rwandan higher institution in educating a large quantity of professionals driving that transition. But also, one of the enabling conditions is that population is aware of the advantages, of the benefit that should come. They know the solution and they have access to that solution. So by considering all those things together, the ideas for implementing the Greater project actually came. And then the Greater project is the little brother of the EnRHEd project, so we are still in the same framework, Erasmus Plus project. We were actually funded in the 2022 call. We actually submitted the proposal in February last year. We were actually selected in September last year. Again, we are one out of 4 projects that were 25% more or less, or even less in this region, were actually funded. And then we had some heavy load of paperwork to get a program started. But now we actually started, and at the end we are allowed to avail ourselves of a grant in the order of some 800,000 euros, of course. We have 8 partners, and we may recognize that, which are listed here, we may recognize that the Rwandan partners are still the same that were mentioned in the EnRHEd description. So we have UTAB on board, University of Technology and Arts in Byumba. We have the Rwandan Polytechnic, even though with a different college. We are currently having on board the IPRC Tumba College. Then we have Ines Ruengeri, and finally the hosting institution, University of Rwanda. Whereas the European partnership has actually changed a bit. Still we have a University of Parma as the leading partner, the coordinator, and then we have a couple of German universities cooperating with us. I'm not trying to spell their name, but they're both universities of applied sciences. And then we have finally one further Italian partner, which is not a university, is the Italian National Research Council. And it's quite important that we mention that we have a research partner within our educational program. So I'm not going through all the details of the project description, but let me just mention what the main objectives in the project are. Of course, we are focusing mostly at reviewing, improving existing curriculum and developing new ones in the field of renewable energies, but we want to couple them with strong foundation in digital technologies. We want to couple them with Internet of Things technologies, and I'm going to show you a few examples of how this could be done. We strive for being strongly oriented to provide students with practice-oriented experience, hands-on experience, and we are actually to do that in different ways. We are, of course, going to try to improve the quality and the availability of, let's call them classroom labs, but we are actually trying to implement a new concept of labs that we are calling living labs, and I'm going to go through this concept later. We have mobility opportunities for both students and staff in both directions. Students and staff members could come from Rwanda to Europe, and we can have European staff and students coming here to Rwanda. And what we are actually most looking for is that no educational effort could be successful if you don't get engaged the community toward that effort is actually aiming at. And so that's the reason why we have in our project a clear commitment in not having the benefit of the project being kept within the participating university walls, but you need and you want to reach the outer community in several different ways. Of course, we want, of course, to boost, to trigger business opportunities, even for self-entrepreneurship of students, but we also want and need to get in touch with the community outside. We have, to this purpose, we have a large set of associated partners which cooperate with us in the project. I'm not going to mention all of them. Most important, the Ministry of Education is on board in our project, just to recognize the need of connecting. You have many of them, I'm not listing them. Let me just mention what the key features of our project could be. We need to get in touch with the community, with the stakeholders, and to this purpose we are going to implement a sort of, a sort of structured approach in getting in touch with stakeholders. We are going to use user-centered design techniques to get partners and stakeholders involved in the whole project. So we shall have stakeholders involved in every phase of the project since the very beginning. And stakeholder means, of course, associate partner, means companies, means the community, means also students that they want to work with us, not just at the end as beneficiaries of the educational effort, but we want to have them on board in designing new programs. And then we want the benefits to reach the society as well. Higher education is a benefit in itself, but we want to get them more, and the idea is that the most innovative aspect that we may bring with this project, or at least that we aim at bringing with this project, is to introduce such smart components in the management of renewable energies, remote management, remote control, introducing for more sensors. This kind of activity could actually enable a wide range of additional activity who could stem from the activity in this project. Then we want to have those living labs in place. I'm going to spend a few words on that. And to this purpose, we are actually working quite hard in developing effective transfer strategies. Transfer mean how can we get in touch with the community and how we can be effective in having them involved, having their say on the thing we are planning to do. So, what is a living lab? We all know what the lab is. It's a place in which we test components with devices, we make some experience. We are going to have the same experience not in a classroom lab, not just in a classroom lab, but we have to have some actual living environment, places in which the people lives, works, spends their time, to be equipped with some technology coming from our project. And the reason why we are going to do that is manifold. From the one side, to the higher education institute, this will be a great opportunity for having the students experiencing, designing in a real-world environment, which is really different from doing that in a classroom environment, of course. But from the other hand, it will be the opportunity for the population living around the living labs to get in touch with the technologies, to see how they look like, to play with them, to understand what is good for them, or what is not good for them, of course. So at the end, we shall share awareness, which is the key for actually spreading those technologies. We shall have quite a different use cases. And beside the technologies we are going to deploy there, we are going to use that living labs also as a sort of diffusion hubs in which we do not just limit ourselves in showing the technology we are aiming for, but we are also try to make population more aware and knowledgeable about clean energy, about climate change, and this kind of thing. So just to conclude with, let me show what we are already starting doing. I have a few examples of how those living labs should look like. This is the first example here, which will be hosted by the parish of Buzengo, which is one of the associated partners here, which I'd like to thank for hosting us, as well all the other partners here. And in that place, we are going to provide with some energy a small tailoring workshop, which is run there supporting women with fewer opportunities. Maybe we also try to power a small battery shop from the same women group. So we have in this case a use case which is related in empowering jobs and work activity there. Then in this case here we are at the parish of Biumba, and this living lab will be mostly managed by UTAB, of course. And in that case we are going to deploy energy technology in a school, and we actually already met students and the parents, and we start discussing with them what the needs are, what the advantages could be. And so in this case, the project outcome will actually try to foster school education and to support them in having energy available, for instance, for powering their labs and these kind of things. Then we visit this Muyanza village in Rulindo district, and this will be managed by Rwanda Polytechnique. And in this case, we are actually looking for providing energy to a subset of a residential village which has been there in order to relocate people moving from an area which has been flooded for building a dam. So there is a new environment, a new grouping of houses there, and we are going to experience with them a group of houses sharing the same power sources. In this case, we may also try to integrate different power sources coming from the grid, coming from biogas, and these kind of things. And last but not least, we just yesterday had a visit to the living lab that we are planning to have here in Kigali area, together with the University of Rwanda taking care of there. And in this case, we are actually facing quite a relevant issue for Rwandan economy, which is agriculture. So we are going to deploy there new technologies for managing, for providing energy, for watering plants, for checking the need of watering and this kind of thing. So this is just to let you have an idea of what we are actually striving for, and to let you know that we are actually striving for having a real impact on Rwandan society, and not just in academic terms, which are relevant, of course, to us. We are actually all looking for them, but we shall actually have something more. So I'm about to conclude. Let me again thanks everyone for helping us. Let me thanks again the EnRHEd team for having our start. I'm just recalling the main issues. That's a great opportunity for strengthening the Rwandan and European cooperation in many different fields. We already experienced that we are going to proceed with bidirectional student staff mobility, which proved to be a great tool for sharing knowledge and for progressing all together. Our focus is on renewable energies and IoT technologies. We are going to have at the end, hopefully, at least 8 new or newer higher education curricula. We are going to have stakeholders, people involved in all the activity of our project. We shall have that concept of living labs that we hope could even spread beyond our project. We are going to take care of transferring the knowledge as much as possible outside of our academic environment. And that's why we are looking quite forward to community outreaching. So that's all I have to say, and so thanks again for your attention. That's it.
Thank you very much, Professor Paolo Ciampolini. Because of your presentation, now people know a lot more about Greta. Yeah. And if you have your program before you, you can see that at this point, there is break. And I would like to tell you we're not going for break, but for good reasons. One, is because we decided to consume what we would have consumed earlier before we started. So there's nothing to go for. If you want to stand up and stretch your leg, feel free to do so in a minute. But also because we are too close to lunch. Lunch is still going to be served at 1. 1 hour from now. So we don't need that break. Good news is that out of the 5 people who are going to speak, we are going to have like 6. We have only 4. Only 4. So 3 are not in. So it's going to be good for you. We're still going to be ready and out of here for lunch in exactly 1 hour. And we're going to have you, Jamari, project manager at EnRHEd. Welcome.
Thank you, MC. Good morning once again. Oh, it's a good afternoon now. Good afternoon, everyone. When I presented for the first time in the morning, I was just giving an overview of the partner institutions here present in the room, but more specifically, as we are nearing lunch, I will focus on the impact and outcomes of the EnRHEd project, specifically to the University of Rwanda. The University of Rwanda is part of the consortium of the 7 higher learning institutions that were part of the EnRHEd project. Maybe we need to have the slides on the screen. Okay. And more specifically for the University of Rwanda joined the other partner institutions when we were preparing for this EnRHEd project back in 2020. And so far, we have focused on mainly the 4 work packages as a University of Rwanda for the enhancement of education. More specifically, we got involved in the revision of our current curriculum to align them with the market needs. We got involved in the setup of some new programs. More specifically, these were the core components of the project at the University of Rwanda. In our 2 respective colleges, the College of Science and Technology and the College of Agriculture, Animal Sciences and Veterinary Medicine, we had to revise the existing programs. We revised the program of Masters in Water Resource and Environmental Management. And in the process of revising these 2 programs, we received several support from the University of Parma, the University of Liège, the University of Cologne, the University of EnRHEd. We have been receiving support from professors for the joint review of these programs, and successfully these programs have been received the internal approval, looking forward to have the final approval for their respective activations. Not only the revision of the programs, we have been able to set up some new programs, especially again our 2 colleges. The College of Agriculture, we started the setup of master's program in food science and technology. And then in our College of Science and Technology, we started the setup of a master's program in civil and environmental engineering, the master's program in architecture. Again, we went beyond that to set up the PhD program in food in food and technology, then the PhDs in civil and environmental engineering. All these programs were developed thanks to the support from the European Commission through this Erasmus Plus capacity building project. And again, when this project was introduced back in 2019-2020, it was during the COVID era. And during that time, the University of Rwanda was bringing on board several initiatives to support the digital teaching and the e-learning. And from that perspective, we also received a support from the project on the setup of some digital teaching platform as a work package number 3. We have been able to purchase several digital equipments. We bought different desktops, smart boards, projectors. We even bought some cameras for setting up the digital teaching rooms. We have 2 digital teaching rooms in our respective colleges. One is based in the CST, in the School of Architecture. We have one in Kavem in our, for the program of Food Science and Technology. And now all our teaching staffs attended several trainings during that period, during that COVID era, because it was coupled with the initiatives of the University of Rwanda to ensure that all teaching staff are able to use and upload their teaching materials in the virtual platforms. Since this is one of the international credit mobility, at the University of Rwanda, more specifically, we have been able to participate in different exchange programs. We had some administrative staff who attended the mobility at the University of Parma, 4 of them back in 2021. And subsequently, we had several teaching staffs from the University of Rwanda. 24 of them attended the teaching mobility at the University of Parma and the University of Liège in Europe, whereby they had to visit several labs, several teaching facilities, and others at our fellow universities in Europe. And then they learned the best practice. Some of them will be giving some testimonies on how they learned from the fellow universities. Not only that, the University of Rwanda has been able also to host, in this work package of the trainings, we have been able to host different staff from the University of Parma who visited the University of Rwanda for a couple of months, learning the best practice from the University of Rwanda in different programs, including pharmacy and psychology. They joined the University of Rwanda as part of this Erasmus Plus capacity building program. I would say that most of the impact of this project were highlighted by our overall project coordinator, Professor Roberto Valentino. But in specific, as the University of Rwanda, I would like to thank the European Commission and the partner universities for the support that was provided, and for the close discussion and the cultural exchange programs that we embraced during this project. As I was mentioning, part of the trainings, these are the achievements I was mentioning. Through the e-learning platforms that were created, most of our staff attended several trainings during the COVID era, and this was in additional support of the initiatives that the University of Rwanda has put in place to embrace the use of e-learning platform. And well and good, we reached the level that even our staff were awarded several certificates because they have covered different topics in e-learning trainings. We attended several webinars and we had different certificates. We participated in the development of program, as I have mentioned, and all these activities are nearing their completion. Most of these programs that were developed, they were approved by the University Senate, and they were submitted to the Higher Education Council. We look forward for the activation in the near future, so that we make sure that whatever we teach is aligned with the job market. This EnRHEd project, when the team of professors and admin staff visited the University of Parma, there happened some further discussion on how we can expand this partnership. And members of the delegation said, okay, we can go ahead and write some other projects. The EnRHEd project, through the discussion we had, the EnRHEd project led to the birth of Greater project. And why not? Probably in the future, the Greater project may lead to the birth of Greatest project. You never know. Because we have kept strong ties within the consortium, being the local institutions, the INES, Rwanda Polytechnic, because everybody has his own expertise, and when we come together, we create a synergy, and this brings out a win-win situation, because during this partnership, we are all winning. None of us is a loser. And through this partnership, we came up with the Greater project, which will help to fill the energy gap. As Professor Paolo Ciamporini explained, again, in this second project, we will be able to develop some other new programs that are based in energy, but of course, we will go beyond the university and be able to interact with the community. That's why yesterday we visited the community in Bugesera district, where we will be setting up some living lab. And this living lab, the teaching staff from the University of Rwanda will have a continuous follow-up within the local community in Bugesera district to see how we are making impact. We are very much committed to have a continuous collaboration among our local higher learning institutions here present, and we are yet to welcome other local institutions to go together in this partnership, and then we strengthen our ties with the European institutions as well as other private stakeholders here present, especially in the sector of energy. We have Rwanda Energy Group, energy private developers are here, the green farmers we are together in the room, and we will keep having more joint applications for the grants, for several such grants under the Erasmus Plus capacity building projects. As I conclude my presentation, I would also thank the management of the University of Rwanda on how they put much effort in ensuring that we strengthen the relationship with different partners. This is reflected in different partnership agreements that the University of Rwanda have recently signed and concluded, and we hope to see more partnership coming to the University of Rwanda and to Rwanda. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Jamai Nambajimana, and also for the discipline of keeping within the 15 minutes allocated to you. Whoever feels they can even do it in less than 15 minutes, there will be a suite for them there. So feel free to make sure you are as brief but as elaborate as you can. Next is Professor Laurent Belen, Project Manager, EnRHEd, University of Liège, right? Yes, welcome. Working? Shift 2 can use that clicker.
C'est automatique. So, hello, ladies and gentlemen. I have to say that the Belgium representative of the embassy put some pressure on me. So the only thing I could say is Miriwe. Okay? It's just start. It's just a start. Okay, so I'm very, very glad to be here today for this workshop. And of course, my role as the project organizer of the University of Liège is to show you some of the activities that have been carried out during the EnRHEd project and also some perspective. I would like, obviously, to thank UR for the organization of the workshop, and a special thank also to Roberto, who did a wonderful job during all the project. So, I don't know if you can see the overheads. Yep. Okay, all right. Of course, for those who has participated to the EnRHEd project, they know mainly my colleague from Applied Science, Frédéric Collin, Charlene Dubois, who is one of my collaborators, and she was very active, but I will have to say a few words. I will say a few words about that later on, and myself. But just to let you know, of course, that there are also other people from the University of Liège that were involved in the project. And these are just, let's say, the official ones, but also we had a lot of researchers that were very active during the summer school, mainly, and have had some benefits from the project. A few words about the University of Liège. Liège, it's a town east of Belgium. Our university is more than 200 years old. We have 28,000 students and something like approximately 5,000 staff members. I'm saying that just to let you know that an academia could be a very important actor in an economy of a region, obviously. In the EnRHEd project, we were there for two main reasons from a technical point of view. One, for our expertise in geomatics, land surveying, and GIS. It is within the Faculty of Science, and I was let's say, the representative for this domain. And then also we had some action in soil mechanics, strengthened materials from the Faculty of Applied Science, and it was my colleague Frédéric Collin. So let's move to the activities that were carried out with the staff and colleagues. And obviously, it has been said already by the other speakers, Roberto, Jamali. You all know that we have worked on giving expertise for the creation of the new curricula. Obviously, we have also discussed and provided feedback for the existing curricula. We already talked about the e-learning sessions because of the COVID, obviously, but we also try to be active during this session and all the other meetings we had here in Rwanda, in Belgium, online. And again, some pictures, as Roberto said, pictures is better than words. You can see here an example of the different activities we had in the different places. So let's move now to, let's say, the Liège mobilities to Rwanda. And I just here want to recall some very basic things, but they are very important. It was for us the opportunity to strengthen our network and build new relationships. And also, it's so important to be on site, to be confronted to your reality, to really understand the situation and of course, to learn a lot from that, but also to be able to give better advices. During these mobilities, we obviously have initiated work and exchange of ideas, actually really built a real cooperation and a real win-win activities, and hopefully build new operation and project for the futures. This is just a recall of our trip to Rwanda, so I'm not going to say a lot of things about that, just showing these wonderful pictures of the different members. You can recognize, I don't know if there is no pointer here, but Frédéric, Charlene, myself, and different colleagues from the Rwandan institution. So now I would like to stress one of the main activity we organized. It was the summer school at Liège. Actually, at the beginning of the project, we had to organize different visits from Rwanda to Liège, and we thought it would be better to make a big one. And I think it was a really, really nice experience 1 year ago. So 25 colleagues from Rwanda, 4 weeks of the summer school. And the program was divided into different topics. Technical workshops, where the colleagues could choose either a geomatics, land surveying, or civil engineering track. On-site visits, we thought it was very important for colleagues to visit private companies, but also institutions. We had some specific workshop on academic practice and also teaching techniques, and also some part for self-work reporting and personal activities. For most of these activities, we have also deliver certificates to the participants. So let's go into a bit more detail. First week, we started the technical workshops. During this technical workshop, we try to involve our researchers and also our labs. So we guess it was very fruitful in order to give, the latest in the latest development in the different technologies. We had also some visits to the central office at the University of Liège, and here again I thought it was very important for the colleagues from Rwanda to come and see how our university works in terms of administration, for example, for the research, a link with the industries. And it was also very interesting for the people for the administration to meet our colleague, because they were then confronted to different questions and different experiences. We also did the field trip to Brussels to visit the Geographical National Institute. Second week, we started the we started the didactic, so let's say the teaching techniques workshop, and this is where also we try to focus on some field trip with private companies, both in civil engineering or in geomatics. Third week, technical visit on site in Namur and Liège to see the tram work in Liège, in Namur also to see some institution. And the last week was dedicated to the technical workshop and the teaching, techniques workshop, and the last workshop about the different technical domain. So you might think, okay, these 4 weeks was quite full, intense, very fruitful, but there is a fifth week out of these 4. These are the week for the less formal meeting, actually. It was, and something that Roberto said already, I think the big benefit of this project, the things I would say as the first impact, was to really learn to know each other, to starting to have friends, and to mix our culture experience. So it was really, really nice, and you have here some pictures of our different, let's say, non-formal meetings. And I have to say that thanks to these meetings and thanks to the summer school, I have discovered that you can eat goat brochette in Liège. And I didn't know that. So it was really a win-win experience, the whole EnRHEd project, but especially the summer school. And when I say a win-win project, is for us, Liège partners, Rwandan colleagues, but in a more large way, the people from the University of Liège, from the different offices, but also the professional that we have visited the institution. We really had the feeling that we have created something new. Now, I would like to stress some point about the activities we did with the students. At the beginning of the EnRHEd project, I think the target was really clear about enhancing having this capacity building for the colleague in the Rwandan institution. And it was obvious that we will have to have some link with the students. But these things grow from a visit to visit. And we were very, very pleased with my colleague Charlene and myself to be in touch with the students. And we are very proud that we managed to get activities with students with each Rwandan partner institution. And it was lectures to students at different level, students with different backgrounds. We learn a lot with during the question-answer time with the students. It's always very important to see and to be confronted to other realities and issues. And again, these contacts with the student were great. Here are some images of our contact with the students. And I would like to focus on one specific activity. It was the online course on rural geography that my colleague, Charlene Dubois, organized with the colleague from UTAP. And so in brief, she ran a course of rural geography in Belgium in conjunction with UTAB, and therefore it was a mix of online lessons with both Belgium and Rwandan students, and after that Charlene did some sessions here in Rwanda, and the whole process was shared. I mean, even the examination. So I thought it was a real good experience. And you can see here some of the pictures of this very nice experience. So now let's move on the impact and perspective. So obviously, impact for the University of Liège were really, really great. And you can see that at different level. I'm not going to say again things that has been said already, but a simple thing like, revising a curricula, it gives you also some ideas for your own curricula. Getting to know what's happening in another institution, it's also something that you can gain from. We also had to collaborate, not only with the Liège and Rwandan partners, but also with colleagues from Parma, and even within the university, it has giving the birth to new collaboration. So in terms of perspective, we have new contact with institution. We had already some strong link with some institution, but we built new ones. And we really want to bring together our expertise, but in this concept of cooperation, in order to boost the capacity of both the Rwandan Partners Institution, but also our own institution. So we have different things in mind, different projects, but one is already submitted. Just to let you know, the Belgium representative said in the morning that there are two platforms. The one from the French-speaking universities is EnRHEd, and we have submitted an EnRHEd project about understanding the spatio-temporal changes and socio-economic impacts of urban spatial planning and develop the fit-for-purpose model and land use management for sustainable secondary cities in Rwanda. And we will see in September if this is going to be successful. I really hope it will be. But in case not, and even if it is successful, we will try to launch new project. So I had a picture to show you here, but I see it's not on the PowerPoint anyway. So that will be my last remark. And once again, thank you very much for this very, very nice project. And I really hope to be able to be with you in the future for other projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Laurent Belen, Project Manager, University of Liège, EnRHEd. It's now time for Dr. Father Jean Bosco Baribeshya, Vice Chancellor of the Institute of Applied Sciences, otherwise known as EnRHEd. Yes, I know you want to come over and make introductory remarks, brief, and then call upon Silas to take over. You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon once again. We are two, as the MC said, representing EnRHEd. Actually, EnRHEd does not stand for Institute of Applied Sciences. It stands for Institut d'Enseignement Supérieur de Ruhengeri. In all cases, it's just EnRHEd. This project actually came to answer our preoccupation. And in this sense, we are going to present to you the impact of the project on EnRHEd. Our main focus normally is to have a quality education. This is done through good programs, strong staff, both teaching and administrative, to have well-trained students, to do projects for research and transfer of technology, and these are received actually through this EnRHEd project. So we have the mobility staff and the students. We do research together. We participate together in the community outreach, and with these, without any further ado, I would like to call upon my colleague here to present the impact, what we thought it to be presented to you today as the impact of EnRHEd in the context of EnRHEd. Thank you very much. So.
Thank you very much, dear Vice Chancellor. Dear Vice Chancellor of University of Rwanda, our host, dear Vice Chancellors from all partner institutions, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. As I was requested by our Vice Chancellor, I would like to present to you a few of the points that can be presented as impact of this project. I name a few because some of them, all of them cannot be listed here with all the few time we have. But before that, allow me to first go through a few comments about the background of INES. INES was created in November 2003. So this year we have now 20 years. It's not as much as the years of previous institutions, but we are growing also. We have currently in total 4,661 students, of which 10% are foreigners. We have so far graduated 10,100 students who are in labor market, with 60% of them having either a job or being self-employed. We deliver undergraduate programs and master programs, which are grouped into 4 faculties. The Faculty of Applied Science, Applied Fundamental Sciences, the Faculty of Economics, Social Sciences and Management, the Faculty of Education and Law. As the Vice Chancellor said, we aim to deliver quality, and the approach we have seen as the best of delivering this quality is the approach of University of Applied Sciences. And among the characteristics of such approach, we have curricula which are continuously integrating the labor market requirements and the regional development needs. The second main characteristic is the academic and administrative staff who possess required competencies to deliver those curricula. Another characteristic is a linkage with industry, again, in order to be able to deliver curricula which are relevant to the labor market. And conducive infrastructures and departments and faculty who are able to conduct applied research. I'm presenting these just because, as we are going to see when we are talking about the impact of this project, all the different contributions and the different results we obtain are aligned, well aligned to these characteristics of us as a University of Applied Sciences. On top of choosing the orientation of University of Applied Sciences, since 2019, 1 year before we obtained this project, INES had developed a strategic plan for 5 years, which was for which the main goal was to ensure fast tracking of INES capacity to achieve higher stakeholder satisfaction by providing students with practical skills in occupations which are immediately relevant to the current labor market needs. For this strategic plan to be fully achieved, we decided to base on 3 pillars, 3 key pillars: digitalization, linkage with industry, and internationalization. Now, as I was saying previously, let me go through the project, the results we obtained, and how those results we have obtained have helped us in not only implementing our orientation of the University of Applied Sciences, but also putting in practice the achievement of our strategic objectives. EnRHEd project had as main objectives enhancing qualification of teachers in key scientific disciplines and increasing the number and skills of graduates. The specific objectives of this project were revision of curricula, especially for INES. We had to revise 3 curricula, which were existing. One curriculum in civil engineering, the curriculum of land survey, and a curriculum of biotechnology. And we had to set up also 3 new master programs, master program of civil engineering, master program of geoinformatics, and master program of fermentation engineering in biotechnology. The project was also aiming at introducing e-learning and digital methods in both the current and the new programs that were to be developed. And lastly, the objective was to increase internationalization of education. In the implementation, INES have so far used even more than the budget, but because the last installment, as Professor Roberto said, is supposed to be received later after the project is finished. Now let me go through the key impacts. First of all, with regard to digitalization, which is our first pillar for our strategic plan, this project has helped INES to acquire digital equipment, mainly digital equipment which are geared to increasing our internet access within the institution and to improve the approach of a digital campus that our institution had set as one of the indicators of the achievement of our strategic plan. The impact we have got with this digitalization was that we have increased our capacity of delivering e-learning and blended learning mode. I'm not going to repeat what my previous speakers said with regard to how this capacity has helped us, especially during the COVID era, where everyone was in lockdown. But it has also helped us in increasing efficiency because with the increase in internet access, for instance, just one example, the reduction of the paper use and the efficacy of service delivery is also increased. The second area is the internationalization. Once again, this is related to the second pillar of our strategic objective for the period 2019-2024. The 3 curricula which were reviewed and also the 3 curricula which were developed have been developed in close collaboration with our partners from the European institutions, and we believe that this has given these curricula a more international characteristic, and they are now easily to be benchmarked to the curricula of those other institutions. We received training in internationalization for our administrative staff, and we were able to expand the international network of INES. We have here the institutions with whom we are collaborating now, but there are other institutions we have been able to make linkage with. Here I can just give an example of the University of Extremadura in Spain, with whom we have interacted when we were in international exchange at the University of Parma. But through the linkage with the University of Liège, we had, for instance, a professor from the University of Rabat in Morocco, who contacted us and with our Department of Land Survey, and we are currently in contact to to see how to further our network, our collaboration with that university. And we have also increased the number of international students just because of the experience in international relations, but also because of the reputation that our institutions are getting in this type of exchange. Currently, the 10% of students we have at INES from as international students, they come from 16 nationalities across Africa and also in some of them from Europe. The impact of this, a few elements of the impact of this can be that at our institution now, just after we got the training in internationalization, we came and we designed a policy of internationalization, and also INES has currently an office of internationalization which has been set up and which was not there before. But we got also new opportunities. My predecessors talked about this. There are projects that have already obtained. We have named here Greater Project, but there are others which are in pipelines, and there are others with other partners that we have got simply because of the network we have created with local universities, actually, because it has to be mentioned that all these, the different projects we are now elaborating, the majority of them are elaborated in a consortium made of the same partners that have been established through this EnRHEd project, which is a good impact to be mentioned here. The third area is the bridging the gap between academia and industry at the beginning, but also through the exchange, the staff exchange, the linkage with industry, the aspect related to the linkage with industry has always been coming back. And we believe that this has created an impact in our capacity, but also in our understanding with regard to the relationship between industry and academia when it comes to education. But noteworthy impact is that our curricula now, we believe our curricula are now relevant to the labor market. Lastly, we had staff exchange activities. At INES alone, 17 academic staff participated in mobility from Rwanda to Italy and Liège, and 9 students participated also in mobility. 7 of them are even still in the University of Parma. As Professor Roberto said, they got an opportunity of continuing with master's degree, master's studies. We also received staff from the University of Parma, the University of Liège, and RFH, the University of Applied Science of Cologne, for training and experience sharing. The impact we can identify here is that through this exchange, the experience in teaching and learning of our staff has been improved. The staff from the different institutions have been able to establish networks, and this is always good when it comes to improving the teaching and learning practices. But also, we have been able to increase reputation. This is what Professor Roberto was calling visibility at the beginning, but our institution has been able to increase its reputation thanks to these different activities. Just one simple example, I know when you pass to the immigration at the airport current now, and you say, you present your passport, you ask you where you're from, you say, I'm from Ines. Every time they say, oh, we know, you are always in movement. We have achieved this impact, but we had some few challenges that were supposed to be overcome. One of them is that so far the curricula that were developed are not yet activated, especially because of the long time taken by our administrators in the Ministry of Education. We had also to face the COVID-19 challenges. Organizing students' mobility was not that easy, mainly because of the alignment between the staff mobility, the curricula of the European universities and the curricula of Rwanda. We had few language barriers. Here I can just give an example with regard to mobility of students in some programs in Parma, the University of Parma, which was refrained by the fact that the programs in the University of Parma are delivered in Italian, and therefore it's difficult to send a student who does not know Italian. But also we can identify difficulties in translating some of the tacit knowledge that the experience that is shared through mobility, translating back into our context. Sometimes it's not that easy. But despite these challenges, we can conclude saying that we have had a visible impact, especially in the teaching and learning capacity of our academic staff, and also in the capacity for developing internationalization of our education. And for this, we are very grateful to the European Commission who gave us this opportunity in this project. But we are also grateful to all our partner institutions because of the collaboration that we have had, a good collaboration, always learning from each other. I know that we have had many meetings. We are very thankful to Professor Roberto for organizing those meetings and all the efforts you have made. And we are thankful to all of you, especially to the team of Ines. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sirasi. Lunch is ready, but we shall be going for it in a moment. How hot we shall find it depends on how fast we get out of here. But there is one important person yet to speak. Before him, allow me to recognize two special people in our midst right now, because one came later. The seed of EnRHEd, the seed idea of EnRHEd originates from here. Imbuto ya EnRHEd nibyo irimo kutugezaho ikomoka hano mu Rwanda, and it's an original idea of Father Dr. Innocent Consolateur of the Diocese of Kigali. Please stand up for recognition, Father. And yes, and as he's still standing, it was a joint idea also of someone who is going to have the benefit of being mentioned for the second time, Father Dr. Fabian Hagenimana, wa Diocese ya Ruhengeri. So twari twamubonye ko ari founder, but also aba bantu babiri, abapadiri babiri nibo nkomoko y'uru rubuto rwatewe i Parma rukamera rugakwira muri ziriya university zindi za Europe, and then comes back to include UR, Rwanda Polytechnic, UTAB, n'abandi bafatanyabikorwa including Rwanda Water Board. So byari kugira ngo tubashimire. The EnRHEd team is so proud and recognizes you in a special way because of what you came up and what came out of it. Murakoze cyane. Now it's you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, dear Vice Chancellor of the University of Rwanda, all protocol observed, dear esteemed participants. Today, Rwanda Water Resources Board is very delighted to share an inspiring journey forged through the partnership and driven by technological innovation. In collaboration with this project, EnRHEd, Rwanda Water Resources Board undertook and eliminated the transformative potential of software that are in safeguarding our land against threats of landslide and flooding. Rwanda Water Resources Board story commenced with a vision of understanding the growing threat of landslide and flooding in the country. And Rwanda Water Resources Board recognized the increasing of frequency of landslide and flooding with the country, which necessitated a more sophisticated and data-driven strategy. With this vision in mind, Rwanda Water Resources Board, as stakeholder of the EnRHEd project, embarked on the transformative effort that demonstrates the potential for technology to guarantee the protection of the life, goods, natural environment, and human activities from those hazards. Hence, the partnership with the EnRHEd project since last year, 2022, making a significant step towards our shared vision. As a part of this project, our journey saw the initiation of the summer school training in 2022, and the main goal of the training was firstly developing culture of landslide, improving the awareness of civil engineer about hydrological hazard in the Rwanda area, different Rwanda catchments where we have those issue of landslide, increasing also the knowledge of those engineers about the problem of landslide and bringing up capability of tackling of those and solving stability problems. And secondly, introducing the knowledge about the problems that are connected with the deforestation and solution through the replanting the soil slope for stabilization purpose, favoring the institution of local cooperative able to share and disseminate the good practice of the slope stability. The initiative benefited technicians, civil engineer, geologists, and staff technician, and those are the practitioners in different districts in Rwanda who are responsible of territory management and land protection. They were provided with the useful tools in territory planning and supported in decision making during the emergency situation in the planning of mitigation measures against the hydrological hazard. As a part of this initiative, as well, a remarkable key lesson and impact on Rwanda water resources activity were gained. For instance, we were given the software that are capable, that can be used for assessing the slope stability, All staff have that software, but also those skills. And now we are using to analyze those hazards in Rwanda, but also to provide the solutions based on this workshop that conducted at Musanze. In addition, a short courses of landslide mapping followed, and it was led by master student from University of Parma. This happened this year, at the beginning of this year in January, and the course included intensive practical exercise in the use of the log science software, and the outcome, we had 10 staff, not only from the Rwanda Water Resources Board, but from the other partner. They are able now to deal with the slope stability issues and be able to handle them, and we see the result now in Rwanda, where we, especially from the recent flood that and landslide we get in May this year. So the Rwanda Water Resources Board journey continue with the summer school training that happened last week. And this, as mentioned by Professor Roberto, it was in partnership with the Rwanda Polytechnic, the EnRHEd project, and also as Rwanda Water Resources Board was as a partner. And this training had covered different aspects. Some of the example, for instance, the computer lab activity and the presentation of different topics, such as on the slope stability analysis, rainfall-induced shallow landslide, use of software to assess the stability of the slope, stability of the analysis of radical and progressive terraces by using the limit equilibrium methods, innovative technical solution to stabilize the slope and terraces using the hydrological and hydraulic model, and also starting a project and program setup options, and modeling capability and integrated GIS tools in those hydraulic model to allow the management of the vector and laser file entering the editing 1G geometry. So this is more technical, but now our staff gain those knowledge and they are now able to use to solve those different issues. But also during this work, training, the team also has the opportunity to visit the most affected landslide and flood area at Vunga, where they had also the insight from the ground. So as a part of the key lesson learned and impact on the Rwanda Water Resources Board activity from this training, of course the certificate were given to those attendees, and this testify the capacity building of Rwanda Water Resources staff and our stakeholder in the use of different stakeholders, using the different software in slope stability and flood risk mapping, a skill that is highly needed by our institution and other partners to effectively deal with the flood hazard and risk. Last but not least, under the leadership of the Professor Roberto Valentino, University of Parma is engaging also the postgraduate student in working in landslide modeling and mapping using satellite image. The team from the UNIPA is taking landslide hotspot in Ngororero district, and their cases study is working closely with RWB in data collection interpretation. Leah, Vice Chancellor of the University of Rwanda, I guess he's not longer here. The Vice Chancellors, all protocol observed, dear esteemed participants. The journey of Rwanda, of the partnership and technology integration with the EnRHEd project has not only equipped us with the tools, but also transformed our approach to land protection. Through the learning, training, and collaboration, we have carved a path that safeguards our nation landscape, inhabited from the threats of the landslide and the flooding. As we progress, lessons we have learned and skills we have gained will continue to fortify our efforts, ensuring resilience community against the forces of the nature. I thank you once again for this opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. The gentleman is called Dr. Emmanuel Rukundo. He's the Director General of Rwanda Water Resources Board. And this marks the end of the morning session, the pre-lunch session. I would like to thank you, everyone, the participants and the people who made smart presentations, and the heads of institutions, and the ambassadors, the vice chancellor, whom I no longer see here, probably who has sneaked out for something very important, and all of you VIPs, and all of you journalists, and if anyone feels as ordinary as me, I also thank you for your presence. Thank you so much. We are going for lunch. It will be served in the tent. We are catching up. It's not going to be 1.5 hours. It's going to be 1 hour. We are going to be back here 15 minutes after 2. And we are going to make sure we keep to the time that is stipulated here. I mean, as far as ending this workshop this late afternoon is concerned. I wish you a very pleasant lunch. Go enjoy it and do as much networking as you have your lunch as possible. A round of applause for each one of you. Mwongere mwikomere mu mashyi tugende turyoherwe na lunch. Murakoze cyane. God bless you. So I guess now everyone is in the room. As we start with Professor Marco Dorio, focal person in the field of civil engineering, is going to come and speak, after which Professor Silvia Rossetti, focal person in the field of architecture, is going to follow immediately. And then, last but not least, Professor Davide Barbanti, focal person in the field of food science and technology. Three of you have 30 minutes to work with. I'll come back after Professor Davide Barbanti, focal person for the field of food science and technology, to say who will be following. You're welcome, Professor Marco Dorio, if you are ready.
So good afternoon, everybody. So I have the challenge to keep you awake, seems. It's a pleasure to be here. We can switch to presentation, please. And I will talk about some of the activities that we carried out within the EnRHEd project in the field of environment and engineering. Thank you. Revised a master program for UR, 2 bachelor programs, one for INES and one for UTAP, and 2 advanced diplomas programs for IPRC. I will give you more details about this revision of the program. Let's start with the University of Rwanda. We revised the master program in water resource and environmental management. And together with a couple of colleagues from the University of Parma, we have several meetings with the UR team. So we did the preliminary comment, we did suggestions. These suggestions were incorporated, and the final version of the program was done by the UR team. So now is in the process of the approval, and we contributed also in the external review process for this program. About INES, about 10 colleagues from the University of Parma were involved in revising the bachelor program in civil engineering. Also in this case, we did to the Rwandan colleague feedbacks about the program, suggestions, and so all these suggestions were incorporated in the revised program, which is already approved. The same was also for IPRC. In this case, we revised 2 advanced programs, one in irrigation and drainage technology, and one in construction technology. Also in this case, 2 colleagues of the University of Parma were involved in this revision process, and also in this case, all the suggestions that we did were incorporated in the revised program, and the new program is already approved. The last one, but not the least, was the bachelor program in renewable energy for UTAB. Also in this case, we have meetings with the UTAB team. We did the preliminary comments. A couple of people from professors from the University of Parma were involved, and the suggestions also in this case were incorporated in the revised program. Well, we helped also the Rwanda institution. We collaborated together with a group of colleagues or professors from the University of Parma to set up new programs in the environmental and engineering fields. In particular, for UR, we contributed to set up a master program and a PhD program in civil engineering. For INES, we give suggestion to set up a program, a master program in civil engineering, and for IPRC, we helped in setting up 2 new advanced diplomas, one in water and sanitation technology, and the other one in agway technology. So as already Professor Valentino said, these programs are in the review process, so they are not still approved, all of them. Then I want to talk about the training and mobility flows that were performed in the environmental engineering field. As you've seen here in this table, can you see the list of the mobility flows that we had during the EnRHEd project? In particular, there are 12 individuals that moved from Parma to Rwanda, so from Italy to Rwanda. 2 of them were students, our students, and 15 people that moved from Rwanda to Italy. 5 of them were students. And now, as done before, I want to show you some pictures that were taken during these mobility flows and during these training activities that we did within the EnRHEd project. Here is Professor Valentino, which is teaching a course of soil mechanics. Actually, there were 3 editions in 2020, 2022, and 2023. And this course was did at INES in person. In 2021, there was COVID, so we didn't stop, but we did something blended. So these are pictures from a blended training of Rwandan teaching staff in hydraulic engineering, which I did at August 2021, which was online for all participants, but also was in person at INES, so was blended. In all cases, you see, we gave the certificate of participant to all the trainees, the trainer. In 2022, there were mobilities from Rwanda to Italy. So this was a training for Rwandan teaching staff. Here you can see some picture of the Rwandan colleagues that are in Italy. There were 3 of them. In 2022, in July, there was the first summer school, what was cited before, was a summer school on landslide and slope stability, which was held in person at IPRC in 2022. This was the first summer school that was held here in Rwanda, and we had the 3 mobility from UniPR. And during the same period, there were also different workshops on landslide and groundwater hydrogeology all around Rwanda, or the other Rwanda institutions, so UR, INES, and UTAB. Then again, colleagues from Rwanda came to Parma, and so here we are in December 2022. 2 colleagues from INES joined us, and they spent 1 month there. So these are some pictures. We visited also some laboratory, and there are colleagues working with them. This is another mobility of our students. 2 students from the University of Parma came here in Rwanda to train Rwanda students, and also to collaborate with the staff from the Rwandan Water Resource Board. It was in 2023. And it was in person at the Rwandan Water Board, UR, INES, and IPRC. Then again, colleagues from Rwanda in 2023, in May, they came to Italy. There were 2 mobility from UR and 1 from INES, and they also had the opportunity to visit the Vajont disaster that we have in Italy. There is the picture in the middle, so we have also some field activity. And just last week, it was mentioned that we had the 2nd edition of the summer school, which was on the use of software in the service of land protection against landslide and flooding. The summer school was organized at the IPRC Musanze, but was in collaboration with the Rwandan Water Resource Board. And so we trained Rwandan teaching staff and also staff from Rwandan agencies. So here you can see we have 3 mobilities from UNIPR to Rwanda. I hope this will not be the last one. Also, I think we will be able to continue also for the next year, so we can do the 3rd edition and maybe the 4th and go forward again. So it's all from my side. I thank you for your attention, and so I give the floor to Silvia Rossetti, Professor Silvia Rossetti, which will talk about the activities in the field of architecture. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Marco, and thank to the University of Rwanda for the marvelous organization of this conference today. And thanks also to Professor Roberto Valentino, who gave me the opportunity to participate in this project. I think that in the end, the project gave me more than what I was able to give to the project. And this is also part of the success of the project. So we will, let's say, take home a lot of new capacities. Maybe we can start sharing the screen. Okay, that's perfect. So I will be very, very quick because I think we are running out of time. Who I am? I'm Silvia Rossetti, and I'm a senior assistant professor in urban and regional planning at the University of Parma. Within the project EnRHEd, I am the technical focal person for the field of architecture and planning. Which were the main activities that saw our involvement within the project? First of all, as the previous colleagues said, we were involved in reviewing programs, and in particular in the review of a Bachelor of Science in Architecture at the University of Rwanda, and in the setup of 2 new programs, a Master of Science program in Architecture at the University of Rwanda, and the Master of Science in Urban Management and Development Studies at the University of Byumba. Let's start with the activities at the University of Rwanda. Actually, they are still ongoing activities, but the Bachelor of Science in Architecture was already submitted to the Higher Education Council, and I know that feedbacks were received. While for the Master of Science in Architecture, the program is still under development, but we hope to have the opportunity to work on it in the next month. And probably I know that there were also slightly changes, so also the name will change a little bit. It won't be a Master of Science in Architecture, but anyway, in the field of architecture. Concerning the setup of the Master of Science in Urban Management and Development Studies at the University of Technology and Arts of Byumba, actually the program was divided into curricula, And together with also other colleagues from the University of Parma, we reviewed the programs, and all the revisions were implemented within the final version of the program, of the study program, which was internally approved by UTAB. Then I was also very happy, together with other colleagues from the University of Parma, to host staff members, both from UTAB and from the University of Rwanda in Parma. This is the first mobility we hosted, in particular a staff member from UTAB, who stayed in Parma for a month. And during that month, we had the opportunity, of course, to work on the setup of the new master, but also to do some exchange of teaching activities. So Professor Leonard Kayonga gave a very interesting presentation to our students in Parma, and I was also very happy because at the end, I think also in Rwanda, but in Parma, our students must fill in a form, a questionnaire of evaluation of the course, and I received very positive feedback on this specific lecture, so I was very happy on that. Then we hosted also two staff members from the University of Rwanda for a month, Maria Emily and Mario Micheletto, and with them we worked on the, of course, review and setup of the curricula, but once again they supported us also in our teaching activities, and this is the presentation that Maria Emily gave to our students of the second year bachelor. But it's not finished here, because at the end of September, 4 new staff members from UR will join us in Parma, and we will have the opportunity to finalize, hopefully finalize the activities which are still ongoing, and also to foster cooperation. Another very interesting experience I personally had within EnRHEd was the opportunity to teach a module at the University of Rwanda. It was a module that was taught online, because we were within the COVID period, and together with 2 other colleagues from the University of Parma, we divided a 60-hour course in urban and regional planning theory, and we were supported by a colleague who was on site and is a professor lecturer at the University of Rwanda, Professor Ahmed Sinda, who supported us in dealing with the students with on-site activities, giving exams, and so on. And also, these are some pictures that I took to the final presentations that the students gave us for their assignments. So we also had the opportunity to learn from the students who did work on-site. And in this case, I was very happy because 1 year after the course finished, I received an email from the colleague from the University of Rwanda who asked me the possibility to continue using our slides, our presentation, our teaching materials for the further editions of this course. So I think this is something will remain to the students of the University of Rwanda. Thank you for your attention. That's enough from my side.
For going forward. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all of you. As you know, I am Davide Barbanti. I will change it. Ah no, ancora no. Okay. I know most of you, and a lot of you knows me. I am Davide Barbanti. I am professor of food science and technology at the University of Parma, and I was gently invited by Roberto Valentino at the beginning of this story to be the focal person of the University of Parma for the food science and technology field. As with a lot of contacts we have already experienced reciprocally. As Marco Doria and Silvia Rossetti has said before, also in my case, and with the help of people who works with me and with the colleagues of the institution involved in this kind of project, we revised several, and you can see several curricula at bachelor level, at master level, and there are also some issues regarding the PhD possibility to be implemented in the new program in the various institutions. Briefly, the sequence of the process that has been involved for the revision of curricula was that new curricula arrived to us. There were a sort of observation of comments and a continuous exchange of suggestions from us to our Rwandan colleagues, but also we had the way to improve our capability and to use in both directions the reciprocal experience that were involved in this kind of job. That it was not so easy, because there were a lot of programs, a lot of curricula, so it was very, very impressive, and it was also needed a lot of time to do all this kind of job. But at the end, as Roberto Valentino showed this morning, most of this program has been improved, has been presented, has been approved by HAC, and so are starting to run inside the different institution in which you belong in several degrees and in several positions. So here there is another list of programs that were made for CAVEM, for INES, IPRC, and UTAB, and a lot of mobility that has been made from here to Rwanda, Rwanda to Italy and vice versa, in which, as food technologists, we tried to put our Rwandan colleagues who arrived to Parma in the condition to see what is our daily life in the campus. So there were the possibility, and there were this possibility of different colleagues to stay on the basis of their personal experience and personal skills, to stay in different university laboratories, like mine one of food technology, or microbiology, biotechnology, food chemistry, and so on. So we all together had the possibility to increase the relationships and to create a very huge number of connections between our institution and between we are as persons. In the same time, during this month, there were repeated during the year, we organized several guided tours in Parma industries, producing cheese, producing tomato, producing ham, and I don't remember, a very huge number, and the possibility to follow courses at master level and summer school for PhD in our campus. But at the same time, I gently asked to our colleagues, Rwandan colleagues, to spend themselves in order to meet my own class students. So they accepted it with very high enthusiasm, and their way made some several seminars about technology in Rwanda, about the raw material in Rwanda, about the food and the fruit and vegetables typical of Rwanda. And I have to say honestly that my students were very engaged in this kind of activity, because they had for the first time the possibility to be interfaced with another culture, with another way of teaching, with another way of staying together. At the same time, this was not exactly an academic activity. Our colleagues of Rwanda were invited to have aperitif in the evening and some other funny activities, and they enjoyed very much the meeting with our students. But now I want just to make a bridge between what is the what has been or what is still my activity inside the EnRHEd project, and what Professor Paolo Ciampolini asked me to do in the next greater project, because there is a part which is inside our skills of food science and technology regarding the possibility of cooking, of clean cooking, and the adoption of some ideas that will be very well explained by Professor Nissen later, about the possibility to use solar energy to improve the quality, the effectiveness, and the availability of very simple instrumentation for cooking inside. And this regards several arguments: data collection, which are the normal habits of Rwandan people for cooking, and which are their normal meals. È andato via tutto. Okay, the evaluation of nutritional value, taking into this kind of activity our colleagues, both from Rwanda and both from the University of Parma, trials on the possibility of using electrical cooking, and so on. And this is one not small, a small part of the greater project that I am very happy to be in, and to involve our colleagues both from Europe and from the different institutions of Rwanda. So there probably I will stay here another 3 years. I don't know, maybe, I hope. I enjoyed very much to stay here. And, but I want to close with a funny thing. This is a picture that I take maybe in South Africa, and said, there is a question. Cosa faccio? Okay, now it's working. Okay, is a question that says, is there life after death? It was close to a mountain, this very dangerous place. I had no question, but I can suggest you that if you want to have an answer to this question, you can ask to Professor Roberto Valentino, who knows everything. But apart of this joke, what I took from Rwanda, what my increase of richness in this specific activity, a part of didactic activity, educational activity, scientific comparison with other colleagues, my richness has increased by means of relationship with people, relationship with all colleagues that I met during these years in Rwanda, and when they came to Parma. And so one of the added value of this project are the increase of relationship with people, with humanity, with all of these intangible quantities that sometimes makes us very happy. But at this point, let me do something that goes out of the program, because I would like to ask to Professor and to Father Fabiana Genimana to say few words, because we had a very close relationship during this year, and I learned a lot from him, and I would like him to speak about which is the richness that we created on this kind of project. Thank you very much. Okay, Philip.
Thank you very much. It's not a speech, but all protocol observed. I just wanted to say that behind all these figures we are seeing, there are human faces. There are human faces, and this could not have happened without human faces, and human faces reflect human hearts. The whole story of EnRHEd project started from people's friendship. And as it was announced, there is Father Consolateur and Roberto Valentino. Father Consolateur invited Roberto Valentino, Professor Roberto Valentino, who fit better in the programs we had at EnRHEd, where he was the Vice Chancellor. And we started getting interested in what he was doing, what we were doing. He started teaching, and from there we started thinking. But then we met also other people from Germany, Rheinische Fachhochschule. There was Luciana, I think, is around. And they were, yes. And then we met in our sitting room, and we started discussing. They exchanged visit cards. And then from there, ideas started brewing. And when the idea of writing a proposal came, I remember my friend, mon ami, Professeur Roland Bilin, we constructed the European consortium from the sitting room already. And then from there, it was not difficult to construct the local consortium, because being in the network of universities, we knew whom to go to for which field. That's how we brought on board Rwanda Polytechnic, University of Rwanda, and UTAP, and the train started moving. So it's very important to realize that these projects require time, but time requires passion. When you have enough passion for something, you always have excuses that there is no time. But when you have passion for it, you also have time for it. That's how things worked. It's not because people who were involved had more time to spend, but because they had more heart to give. And this is an invitation that, as we have come together, this workshop could have even taken place online. We could have saved even money. But we came. It's not about sitting together, talking and disappearing. It's about creating bridges. So this is an opportunity for us to create bridges. Actually, I wanted to say, as it was mentioned, that Greater Project also came because of the same faces. I was in Parma for a visit, and that's when Professor Valentino introduced me to Professor Paolo Ciampolini, who expressed his wish to come to Rwanda. And he started teaching a computer science program. He was teaching, until he said, I have to elaborate something so that you can do something bigger. And of course, the network was already established. And we used the same network, but for Germany, we had to create new partners through friends. That's how we went to University of Applied Sciences in Niederrhein, and went also to Bonn-Rhein-Sieg, University of Applied Sciences, and we stayed with Belgium, we stayed with Parma, and then those universities of Germany. And the project won, because people who were involved had so much passion for it, that they were even convinced it will pass, for sure it will pass, because it's passion for that. People knew each other, and whatever information was requested, it was really given. So that was really nice. So, and now we have greater project, and as it was suggested, there will be even the greatest, there will be more projects, but they will not come from nowhere, they will come from people's passion. They will come from people's faces, people's commitment. Time will never be there if not used. And it can be consumed for any other things. But if you consume it, using it to create more network, that would be wonderful. And I can say I'm very happy because this is a proof that we are citizens of the globe. And we, as from the witnesses we heard, there are people who have elaborated the curricula for the best of the teaching and learning delivery. But of course, those who participate in the elaboration learned. They learned to elaborate from their colleagues. They learned new methodologies, new books, new publications, but also created new networks and learned new cultures. So this would be an opportunity to grow together. So I wish that nobody goes back home without a new address. Not a new address to be writing, talking about rains and sun, but talking about how can we also give our contribution for the world to be happier, to be better together, to be more communal, and to generate more fruits for the youngsters who are coming, who wish to benefit from our professorship that we have, which should not be a piece of paper, but rather a sign that we are able to contribute to our nation's development. So this was my little speech, and I once again wish to thank each and everyone for the passion. I know I'm not developing more. Before, people used to say that the IQ was the one leading, but now people are thinking about emotional intelligence, the one moving. When you are motivated, you do more. So let's feel this as a motivator and interconnect and see how not only we may wait for a project after greater, as you have waited for the project after EnRHEd, but we start more projects. As a matter of example, there is a project running together with Parma University and the University of Rwanda in the area of psychology. That came in because of that. So more projects can come in, not only with the European Commission, but also I think the development institutions have presented all the opportunities they have, and there are more opportunities. Let's use the opportunities to develop and give the best to the students and to the countries are waiting for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Father Haginman, Fabian, Doctor, for that historic background of EnRHEd, how it started, and insights on how other projects like EnRHEd can start even now and go on concurrently with greater or even after greater, thinking ahead of time on how to make this a lasting initiative, a series of them, is very, very important, and emphasizing the importance of networking. And thank you, the team of University of Parma, Professor Marco Dorio, Professor Silvia Rossetti, and Professor Davide Barbante, and make sure please he knows as soon as possible whether it's possible for him to spend 3 years here in Rwanda, because he's so much looking forward to it. Next is Rwanda Polytechnic. Dr. Sylvie Mucho will be coming for your own remarks, and thereafter Engineer Emile Abayisenga, Principal IPRC Musanze. You're most welcome, Dr. Sylvie.
Good afternoon, partners and colleagues. Allow me to thank you for this opportunity to address to you. I'm going to say a few words before I call my colleague Emile to go into the specificity. I want to thank the partners and the collaboration that have been developed, over the years. I want to recognize the role played by Ines in bringing us on board for the first time with the EnRHEd project, and specifically Father Dr. Fabien, who was Vice Chancellor at the time, and capitalizing on the MOU that we had, and specifically working with IPRC Musanze. So I want to thank them very much, because it was the beginning of a great relationship between University of Parma and Rwanda Polytechnic. And special thanks to Professor Roberto as well for the great partnership, and other partners that he brought on board, the relationships that are unfolded, and which brought again to start on the project of Greta, now with IPRC Tumba, which is one of Rwanda Polytechnic colleges. So I want to say that it has really brought a lot of benefits, especially on the quality of training. Of course, there are new programs that were developed, and which were advanced diploma. Now we are embarking on developing Bachelor of Technology programs. And we've started this past year with the Bachelor of Technology in Construction and Automotive Technology. And next year we'll be starting with electrical and food processing and IT and manufacturing. So we'll be bringing 5 new Bachelor of Technology programs. So there is a lot of opportunities to tap into, especially in advancing, the Rwandan development agenda. And another thing is also into the, supporting or improving, enhancing the scientific capabilities of our institution, especially on the research and innovation areas. We are more particular on smart specialization, which is what the Greta project will bringing, in advancing that strategy with, living labs and so on. So, and other benefits, of course, come from the internationalization. We are a young institution, and with ambitions and a lot of opportunities, especially looking at the role that Rwanda Polytechnic play in industrial development and also innovation in Rwanda. So I don't want to take much time. I'm aware of the time. I would like to invite Emile to talk more specifically on the projects, starting with IPRC Musanze. Yes. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Emile Abayisenga. I'm the principal of IPRC Musanze, one of the 8 colleges of Rwanda Polytechnic. Vice Chancellor just mentioned 2, IPRC Musanze and the IPRC Tumba, because they are involved in these 2 projects. IPRC Musanze is involved in the EnRHEd, which is coming to its end, and Tumba is involved in the Greta, which is starting. But we have 6 other colleges, which are Kigali, here in the capital city. We have Ngoma and Gishari in the eastern province. We have Huye and Kitabi in the southern province, and then Karongi in the western. So these are the colleges that make up Rwanda Polytechnic. So our exit awards, I'm going to talk briefly about Rwanda Polytechnic before I start to talk about the impact of the EnRHEd, and then later I will invite the Deputy Principal in charge of academics of IPRC Tumba to come and talk about the new project, the Greater. So our exit award is normally advanced diploma, level 7, in the Rwanda TVET qualification framework. But we even give diplomas. Our curriculum are prepared in a way that if a student want to exit from diploma, which is a 2-year program, they can do so. But if they want to continue with an extra year to have an advanced diploma, they also have that vertical mobility. So we have also started bachelor's degree, as VC mentioned, and actually among the 5 that are going to start, 2 will be hosted in Musanze, the electrical and the food processing, they will be hosted in IPRC Musanze. We also give short courses on demand, based on demand. For instance, if an industry wants to partner with us to develop skills for their in-company employees, or even the communities, we sit on the same table and make up a curricula for the short courses. So we also have 2 other institutions, one institute and the one academy, which are constituent of Rwanda Polytechnic. These are Rwanda TVET Trainer Institute, the RTTI, that was established by the government of Rwanda and funded by the government of Korea, South Korea, KOICA, specifically to train the in-house trainers in IPRCs and TVET schools so that they can be able to gain pedagogical skills and the necessary skills to make sure they deliver quality of training for our students. We also have the Africa Digital Media Academy, ADMA. This one gives trainings in the digital media industry. So currently we have we have 10,000 students, above 10,000, and more than 1,100 staff, including 800 academic staff. These 2 projects, the EnRHEd and the Greater, fits well with our areas of focus, as stated in our vision, the Vision 2035, even Vision 2050, to continuously building the capacity of our trainers so that they are able to deliver quality of education, to develop more relevant programs matching the needs of the labor market, to develop systems and practices that prepare graduates for a smooth transition into successful careers, also to provide solutions to the society problems through applied research and innovation in Made in Rwanda and Made in Rwanda. So let me go into the EnRHEd now. At IPRC Musanze, it have been mentioned, Father Fabian is the one who approached me. Thank you so much, Father Fabian, and introduced me to Professor Roberto, and then we started building this partnership together. The main objective for IPRC Musanze and for the whole project as a whole, and which actually brought the name, is to enhance the Rwandan higher education in strategic fields: the food science and technology, the environmental protection, safety and water management for sustainable growth. At IPRC Musanze, we chose specific 3 the curriculum review, the digitalization, and the internationalization. So for the curriculum review, we reviewed 6 programs. The irrigation and drainage technology, actually we led the process of the review at IPRC Musanze because we are the only one running this program among IPRCs. So we used the funds from the project and we got inputs from Parma University. The rest of the 5 other programs, crop production, food processing, construction technology, water and sanitation, and the highway, were reviewed by the headquarters, Rwanda Polytechnic, but we gave our inputs together with Parma University. So all these programs have been accredited by HEC and are currently running. So for the digitalization, for the e-learning, 35 academic staff were trained on the use of Moodle. And also 4 staff, 1 per academic department that we have, they also benefited for other platforms of e-learning. We also benefited from a computer lab made of 22 good computers. You can see in the pictures a well-equipped computer lab in place, serving our community at IPRC Musanze, but also the neighboring. The person who is teaching from that screen is from another project, the Diaspora Engagement, a project that we are involved in together with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So he's using the lab that we acquired from the EnRHEd project. For the internationalization, we had some mobilities from Rwanda to Europe. So 5 staff of ours benefited from a mobility to Parma at the University of Parma. I was included actually, together with 4 others. I benefited experiences in leadership and management of higher learning institutions, where my other colleagues benefited from civil engineering, ICT, electrical and electronics. The mobility to Liège, 4 staff benefited in different fields: land surveying, geomatics, civil engineering, and environmental protection. The lady you are seeing on this picture is the head of Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering Department. She's here, she can wave. Vivian, yes. The mobility from Europe to IPRC Musanze, the consortium of all 3 partners from Europe visited us. The University of Parma, last year they conducted the workshop on sharing experiences in teaching and learning. And also this year in January, students from food processing and civil engineering programs exchanged on a range of topics in the 2 areas. Université de Liège delivered 2 seminars on agritourism advancement strategies and geomatics and digital twins in January last year and July this year respectively. The University of Applied Sciences of Cologne, they had a project, a shared project, a student's project titled IoT-based real-time monitoring and control system of environmental parameters in the horticulture greenhouse, which was implemented in our premises at IPRC Musanze by students of both institutions with their supervisors. Summer school, the Director General of Rwanda Water Resources Board mentioned about it, even Professor Roberto also talked about it. When we were thinking about, let me talk about of the history of the idea of summer school. When I visited Parma, we had a conference. And then I was observing how the conference is prepared, how it's being run. And I had an idea of doing something similar to IPRC Musanze. So when I came back, we had an expert from Germany in the field of hospitality. She's a Rwandan, again in the other program I just mentioned of diaspora engagement. She has a lot of knowledge in the field of hospitality. And then we prepared a conference where we shared her knowledge with all the hotel operators in Musanze. So then I told Roberto about it. I told him we were able to host a conference. Then he told me, why can't we do similar things also in EnRHEd project? So we started thinking of this summer school in the areas of landslides, but we thought that if we engage Rwanda Water Resources Board, it will be more sustainable because people who will have benefited, Rwanda Water Resources Board will help us to make sure that the skills are put into actions. So we approached the Rwanda Water Resources Board. They agreed to come on board. We prepared the first edition of the summer school, and we trained 50 professionals from academia and the government agencies on the slope stability analysis. So the second edition was just some few weeks ago. It was like a continuation, another 30 professionals, again from the same institutions, academia and government agencies. Now we're trained on the use of software for land protection against natural hazards. So that partnership with Rwanda Water Board, we thought it would be good if we sign an MOU for continuation. So you can see on the pictures, our Vice Chancellor was signing an MOU with the Director General of Rwanda Water Resources Board. So I think I'm going to stop here and invite my colleague from IPRC Tumba to come and talk about the next project, which is Greta. I was seeing here, EnRHEd is bigger than Greta, yet Greta in the real meaning should have been bigger. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Principal. My name is Muhirwa Alexi. I'm the Deputy Principal in charge of academics and training. So I'm standing here as one of representative of the college that has been chosen by Rwanda Polytechnic to stand for this project in Rwanda Polytechnic community. As you know, as my friend has been presenting, we've got 8 colleges, and IPRC Tumba has the only, I may say, it has got oneness, which is the program of renewable energy. So in case you may need hands-on that are related to renewable energy, please get to IPRC Tumba. It's the only one. It can be extended even in other communities, in Rwanda especially, and abroad, because we're going to have all these living labs that are connected. So, and I'm just saying thank you very much also for the Greater Project partners for assigning our college to be the one in charge of sharing those information, especially about the communication. So we're going to work on the user-centered design. The fourth part is going to be curriculum development and review. Mostly I'm going to talk about renewable energy. And the fifth feature of this program is going to be mobility-based capacity building. Then looking forward to solar system established, and first of all, let me talk about establishing that IoT-enabled living lab. First of all, we've been developing a solar system that is already there. It's not like it's a small sized scale, which serves like a model that everyone can visit at our college. The design is in a hybrid system. That hybrid system is supposed to be using the solar energy and the electricity from the utility grid. So the solution that is going to be providing, actually, it's like that system prioritizes the solar energy. And when the power is off, I mean, when there is no sun or when the batteries are empty, that the time actually the electricity from the grid gets in. So that's a system that actually prioritizes the solar energy in order to reduce the cost. You're going to see the reason why afterwards within the explanation. And that amalgamation of the solar energy and the electricity from the national grid is supposed to be reducing 85% on the bill, and electricity bill as usual. So later on, we're going to work on, that is the system that is there. Actually, IoT-enabled living lab system. It's going to be designed actually for remote control or remote monitoring of what is happening there on the site. This is going to be a very important concept, as I was saying, in education system, whereby students were missing some data, real data, down there on the site, so that they can be able to carry out their studies, carrying out their researches. So this is going to be maybe a pilot over which many academic institutions can use this concept so as to get their students to know what is happening down there on the site without having to send them there. So the solution for this living lab, it's like it's going to help in maintenance of rural settings for longevity and increased awareness. Let me just try to explain it a bit here, because some systems that are far set in rural areas, they can't be accessed easily by the technicians. And those people who have these solar systems, most of the time, they are not really good at doing the maintenance on theirs. So it's like a system can be destroyed in a premature time, if I may say, before it gets really at the time of expiring. So this, it's better because we learn how the system is working. Is it aging? Is it having some problem in its function, so that we can go there and do the maintenance? So that's the first thing that's going to be interesting for this remote area solar system that most of our people are getting, and they end up by aging without being actually maintained. So that's going to be the first solution of it. And another, as I said, it's a boundless research in renewable energy potentialities, because the data can be accessed everywhere and for free. So that's going to be a good thing. Next is, as I say, we'll keep on. Then how far are we? We are right now identifying IoT components, their technical specification, how many in terms of quantity, what is the cost of each one. So like that, we are trying to make basics so as to upscale our model. So what are we waiting then to go forward with? It's resizing the model as to the on-site demand. It's like what we've got is a small size model of the solar system. Then we've been doing actually the investigation to sizing up so as to fit the equipments or the electrical commodities that are actually used down there in the houses. So later on we'll be completing and integrating those IoT system development that will be IoT component that will be developing. So here, as you see, this is the site, the project site. So it's actually made up of 300 inhabitants that are actually within 40 houses, so which means that they are actually people who came from the area whereby they were building the dam. Actually, it's not the dam for hydropower, it's a dam for irrigation of the fields. So we chose a place that actually fits for the project within the object, just to reduce the cost of electricity by including a free electricity so that they can access it easily. So cheaply, I mean. So the outcome, sorry, come on. Hello. All right. So outcome, technology transfer on the design and maintenance of such system. It's like actually going to try to dispatch, to inform, to train the people surrounding there and everywhere, as we'll be actually planning for. The available data on agglomerations, so data will be accessed easily from all the point that we'll be choosing. So the user-centered design, then, how far are we? We've been actually building a questionnaire, and we've been distributing to inhabitants of that area, so as to upscale the physical prototype that we've got, the physical model that we got right now. So the questionnaire was actually aiming on the type of appliances and how they are used, source of electricity they are using in their houses, consumption rate, electricity utility costs, ability to pay electricity bill. This is quite interesting, especially the last point there, because when we asked some, they told us that they are consuming little amount of electricity. Not really necessarily they don't need, but sometimes they find it is quite costly, so they choose better, for instance, to set on lights when they are eating during the night, so as to avoid huge consumption they can't afford for. So the system will be coming actually to solve another issue, especially in those rural areas, whereby people, they can't afford for the national grid electricity to cover all their needs. So it's going to be really amazing for this time, while dispatching the information for academic and research purpose. Later on, we'll be going to the curriculum review and development. So as I said before, we are the only college in the RP to be having renewable energy technology program. And the program has been actually commenced to be used some 3 years ago. So the next year, we're supposed to be doing a sort of investigation to see whether we can review it. Then that time, we shall be reviewing it through this scheme. Moreover, as the VC was saying, we've been starting with the BTech, which is far different for BSc. As I saw in UTAB, they've been working on Bachelors of Science in energy, renewable energy. For us, we're going to work on Bachelors of Technology in renewable energy, to mean those hands-on skills that gives out those technicians who can actually give us the safety to the society for those installation of small-scale systems. So we're going to develop that Bachelor's Technology level program for this upcoming year. The last feature of this project will be mobility-based capacity building, as to the title of this global scheme, if I may say. Capacity building, as the other they've been working on in EnRHEd. We've been thinking about, for instance, some problem that we can look at. And with our partnering, universities shall be selecting which one to be going to straightforward. Like, can solar cell be imported a piece and assembled locally? It's like, if we look at the technology of manufacturing solar cells, it seems to be those doping technology are a little bit more sophisticated, I may say. In the meantime, our industries can't start working on them. We still can bring those solar panels at the cheapest cost if it is doable. So it's a thing that we shall be learning from this, this mobility. Then what are the benefits then we can do? Because this one actually supposed to be also bringing in some jobs if we are able to use our own people to assemble those solar cells to make panels that will be wonderful. So the other purpose that we've been thinking about this capacity building that is based on mobility. It's like an exchange. That is based on benchmarking. In terms of our teaching approach, that is known as competency-based. How is the situation on the other side, for instance? Are we able to improve something else? Yes, I'm done. All right, then what are the commonalities? What are the differences? Energy infrastructure, we need to benchmark those things so that at the end of the day, we'll be having this only one RP energy program where taught and developed by the time. Thank you very much. You've been asking me to finish the presentation. All right, I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah, he has been a bit fast, like he says. Yeah, but still the trophy for those who did really fast goes to the University of Parma. Next, we have University of Applied Science of Cologne, EnRHEd, Germany. Professor Thomas Barth, project manager of EnRHEd. Yes, his message is recorded, and yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Also in the name of Silke Schönert, my greetings to all of you, all EnRHEd partners, and all the people we met during the EnRHEd project. So if the agenda still holds, and if I'm correctly informed, then it's around 3 p.m. and you may have a cup of tea or a cup of coffee in front of you. And in addition to this cup of tea and cup of coffee, I want to give you a brief overview of what we as the team from RFA Köln contributed to the EnRHEd project, what we achieved, and also what we have learned during this project. So, as a University of Applied Science, to be specific, as a non-governmental University of Applied Science, with a strong dedication to the region of Rhineland, and at least as strong dedication to optimally qualify our students for their job life. International activities for RFH Köln are always focused on teaching competencies to prepare our students and our graduates for tasks also in international projects. Job life for many of our students will be also comprising participation in international projects, and if we can contribute to their success after they leave our university, then we did a good job. And in this context, EnRHEd is a really important component. It is, at least as far as I know, up to now the largest European Union funded project for RFA Köln. So there's also a term coined by the European Union called internationalization at home, which is, let's say, which comprises tasks beyond, let's say, just teaching. So internationalization at home is also a matter of administration of projects, and maybe in contrast to many of the governmental institutions like the larger universities also in Germany, we have to always think and act economically. So this is also one part of administration of projects of this size for a university of our size. So what was the proposed task of RFA Köln in the EnRHEd project, as planned and as listed in the project proposal. We focused one topic which is a cross-cutting concern for many, if not all, universities across the world, namely the topic of e-learning and the integration of digital tools in the course of the students. So one part of this is to have an adequate infrastructure to do so, and the other part is, of course, to know the methods of teaching based on software tools, on online conferences like this one, etc. So this was originally our part in this project, and in 2020, more or less parallel to the kickoff workshop of EnRHEd, the world was struck by the pandemic, and this is the reason why the topic of e-learning and of having an adequate infrastructure to support e-learning gained much in importance, as well as for all the universities, including, of course, RFA Köln, and also the importance of this topic within EnRHEd. So the importance changed a bit, and as you can see here, we immediately started in EnRHEd as well as in RFA Köln with workshops which were provided by the team members Stefan Ludwigs, Patrick Bührer, and Philipp Thaller. And there was a transfer from and to both sides. So what we learned during EnRHEd was transferred to teaching at RFA Köln, and what we learned in teaching at RFA Köln was also part of these kind of workshops for EnRHEd. So it's a win-win situation for both sides of this project. During this task within EnRHEd, we, together with the partner institutions of EnRHEd, we defined, following their requirements, the infrastructure which enhanced the existing infrastructure at all of the institutions. So you see some of the photos from the different partner institutions and what they and how they actually enhanced their infrastructure for e-learning and distance teaching. So in addition to this original task from the proposal, we also added some workshops in the second half of the EnRHEd project, which are focused on the actual teaching, and the actual teaching which is relevant to any University of Applied Science. So the focusing practical-oriented teaching to prepare students optimally for their later job life. So in addition to understand, of course, the theoretical foundations which are needed to solve certain problems in industry, you also, at least this is our experience, and we try to transfer these experiences also through the EnRHEd project to the partner institutions. It's not only a matter of knowing how to solve problems on a theoretical basis, but also to do it in a very practical context. So to actually cooperate with industry partners and to work together with them to solve the problems, and not as not from the perspective of teaching stuff, but from the perspective, of course, of groups of students who work together to solve these problems during their study, as well as they will do after they graduated. So in this context, we have several online workshops, and beyond the online workshops, thanks to the effort of Roberto and Luciana, we were able to support a student group from RFA Köln to visit Rwanda in early 2022, in April, May 22, and to welcome also a group of students at RFA Köln in September until November of 22. So this was the contribution of RFA Köln to try to demonstrate the benefit of practical-oriented teaching, not only in the form of workshops and PowerPoint slides, but also with actual people working together across the different institutions. So it was also, I think, and I hope for all the participating students, a very impressive part of their study to work in this kind of setup, which is also not the regular part, at least not for international projects. Also for our students, they work in groups, they work together with industry, but mainly not in this international context. So this is one aspect which was added and enabled by the EnRHEd project. So the actual impact of EnRHEd to the RFA is that by that all the involved members of the team, from teaching, students as mentioned, but also from administration of RFA Köln, had the chance to gather new experiences in this kind of project. So as a side effect of EnRHEd and of the cooperation and the talks before we had this cooperation, the network, the international network of RFA Köln was also enhanced. So since the first talks of EnRHEd in late 2018 and early 2019 until the start of the actual projects in 2020, especially the cooperation with Ines proved to be very vivid and very helpful for our students. because since then there is a constant flow of 1 or 2 students per year which visit INES and mainly do some research for their bachelor thesis. And also on staff level we have a very good and very constant exchange with INES. We have visitors from INES at RFA Köln, and also in October this year we will have 2 colleagues again visiting INES from RFA Köln. So this is a really good example of how projects and also even the preparation of these projects can help to improve the international network of an institution like, for example, RFA Köln. As already mentioned, also the experiences during the pandemic in teaching were transferred not only from one side to the other, but in both directions. So we benefited from the experiences, and we hope that the partners also benefited from the experiences we gathered and we try to integrate in these workshops. Okay, so as you know from all blockbuster movies like this one, the best comes at the end. I would like to thank all the EnRHEd partners, all the collaboration partners from Rwanda, Rwandan universities, from Liège, of course, from Parma, for their cooperation. It was much fun to work with you. And personally, I would like to thank 3 people in particular. First, Luciana, who made this whole project happen for RFA Köln. She wrote the proposal, she managed the project, and together with Roberto, of course, both of you had a never-ending patience and passion for this project, which is really outstanding. So both of you did a great job. And the third one I would like to say thank you is, of course, Fabienne from INES. You also made us feel really home when we visited INES and Rwanda. You joined us on our different journeys from 2018 to 22. And yeah, greetings from Uncle Thomas. So enjoy the rest of this meeting, enjoy the rest of the workshop, and I hope to see you somewhere between Rwanda, Italy, Belgium, and of course Germany. Have a good time. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you very much. He knows how to speak fast, and he knows when to slow it down. Next is University of Art and Technology of Byumba, UTAB. Father Dr. Munana Jiribet, the Vice Chancellor, followed by Father Dr. Lucien Akizimana, the Project Manager.
Dear colleagues, Vice Chancellors, Project Managers, or Coordinators, academic community, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good afternoon. Today marks a significant milestone as we gather to celebrate the achievements and impact of our project on capacity building in higher education, EnRHEd project. As the Vice Chancellor of UTAB, it is with immense pride and gratitude that I stand before you to reflect upon the journey we embarked upon, the accomplishments we achieved, and the impact the project leaves behind. Over the course of this project, as you know, we have strived to foster innovation in teaching through e-learning trainings of academic staff and students, the purchase of digital equipment, the program revision, staff and student mobility, among others. As today we look back, we can take pride in the transformative change we have witnessed. Our collaborative efforts have led to the development of new curriculum frameworks, the establishment of robust faculty development programs, and the implementation of technology-driven solutions that have redefined the learning experience. Indeed, UTAB and UTAB in general, and UTAB staff and students travel to the University of Parma and to Université de Liège and RFH Cologne in the context of internationalization and exchange of good practices. In the same framework, UTAB received for several times the staff and the students from the European partner universities. The mobility focused on how the capacity building of EnRHEd project could contribute to reach the project objectives. Of course, with particular reference to university training in strategic sectors for sustainable development. In the same framework of EnRHEd project, seminars, workshops, and conferences have been organized in UTAB, and UTAB staff attended as well the summer schools organized by EnRHEd project. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and honored guests, I would like to say one thing. Staff and student mobility is very important. It contributed to a number of outcomes, including but not limited to the following: enhanced experience in design, structure, and organization and management of teaching and learning resources and academic management areas, as well as the university internationalization, of course. We have not only built capacity within institutions, we have also built lasting relationships, shared knowledge across borders, and ignited a spark that will continue to drive positive change in education for years to come. As far as for online or physical teaching, the gate of internationalization has been opened. In this perspective, UTAB is committed to establish partnership with local, regional, and international higher learning institutions with the purpose of internationalization. In this framework, having joint research, training, and promotion of culture in general, and building on the achievement of this project, we can position our institutions to the next level. Let me seize this opportunity to recognize Professor Andrea Fabbri from the University of Parma, who taught in the Department of Agriculture in our university, and Dr. Charline Dubois from Université de Liège, who started teaching online, mixing her students with students from UTAB. Briefly, UTAB is proud of the major results under internationalization segment. We acknowledge that no one of these would have been possible without the dedication and hard work of every individual involved, from our passionate team members who worked behind the scenes, to the educators who embraced change and embraced new ways of teaching, to the students who enthusiastically embraced these opportunities for growth. As we celebrate the achievement of this project, let us remember that the end of one chapter is the beginning of another. We acknowledge the knowledge we have gained, the lesson we have learned, And the bonds we have forged will continue to guide us as we strive for excellence in education and work towards a brighter future for generations to come. I finish. It is important to recognize the goodwill and the hard work of Professor Roberto Valentino and different people and teams from the sister universities of the consortium. I think this project has been accomplished. I think, and I'm convinced, this project has been accomplished in a friendship spirit, in a good mood, due to your commitment, due to your and our passion. Thank you for everyone who has been a part of this incredible journey. A million thanks to the sponsors of this project. Let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration, innovation, and determination as we continue to shape the landscape of higher education in Rwanda and beyond. Congratulations to us all and on all this project well executed and a future full of promise. My colleague, Father Dr. Lucien, as project manager, could supplement adding something on the project and its Utah background. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. As he said, I'm Father Dr. Lucia Chizimana, project manager of EnRHEd project at the University of Technology and Arts of Byumba. This presentation will be outlined with 3 points. The first is the presentation of our university, in which the project has been implemented. Secondly, it is the presentation of what we have done with EnRHEd or through EnRHEd. And third, I want to talk about the specificity of UTAB with EnRHEd, because some activities we are sharing them with other universities, but UTAB remained with something which is particular. First of all, University of Technology and Arts of Byumba is a university which opened its doors the 26th January 2006 in Byumba sector, Gicumbi district, Northern Province, Rwanda. Its vision is to become a radiating university of academic and professional excellence for sustainable socioeconomic development. Its mission is to provide quality higher education and community-oriented research. The second mission is to shape a skilled workforce in the domains of technology and arts. Another mission is to promote a culture of excellence and innovation for quality service delivery. We have 3 faculties. The first faculty is the Social Sciences, Management and Development Studies. Another faculty is Education. And then another faculty is the Faculty of Agriculture, Environmental Management and Renewable Energy. We have around 12,000 students. The strategic plan of UTAB 2022-2027 aims at fostering quality teaching and learning, digitalization, internationalization, community-oriented research, capacity building, and modern infrastructure. Some achievement we have with the project EnRHEd. First of all, we made some mobility, staff mobility and students mobility, capacity building, knowledge exchange through research and teaching. Some programs have been reviewed. We reviewed the program of agribusiness, animal production, crop production, management of forests, plantation, and ecosystem. However, beside that, also, we have developed e-learning because it helped us during the period of COVID-19. Some digital equipment has been purchased in order to foster this e-learning, which helped us so much. We developed and conducted some conferences between the partner universities from Europe, of course, with Parma, with the EnRHEd Cologne, with Liège. There has been some conferences, workshops, and seminars. And also summer schools, UTAB attended them. Some students made the mobility, as I said, and some lecturers, but something remains as a particularity from this project or from our partnership with the University of Parma. From this project and from our partnership, we had an experience to develop ourselves the projects, and the projects have been, some of them have been successful. Starting from the Greta, on which we talked since this morning, we developed it with the University of Parma, with other universities, of course, and it has been, it passed well, and now it has been launched and we are implementing it. However, besides this project of Greta, UTAB, through researchers of UTAB, they learned, they experienced how to develop other projects. And this is the specificity maybe on the side of our university. We developed another project related to water and waste management with other universities, University of Oldenburg in Germany and the University of Ghana. And it is around 1 billion Rwandan francs. And it passed well. It has been launched during July last month. And this is the fruit or the outcome of the mentorship, if I can say, from the University of Parma and the experience learned from this project. We had also another project related to olive trees. How to exploit, how to plant, to exploit, and to have the oil. We know that oil from olive is healthier than other kind of oil. And here in Rwanda, we don't have this plant, this tree. We are experiencing, we are trying to plant it so that we can disseminate it throughout in Rwanda, but with the support and with the help of the University of Parma, and we developed a project which passed well, and it will be funded as next month probably. It has been accepted to be funded. This is also an outcome from our partnership and from the experience of the EnRHEd project. There is another project also that we developed, a center of excellence in agriculture and gastronomy. I remember it is 11th February 2022. We had a conference where University of Parma was. It was an international conference, and we talked about the Rwandan gastronomy. What is gastronomy? Gastronomy is the art of cooking and the art of eating. Because Parma is a city of gastronomy, we wanted to develop this science. We wanted to study the Rwandan gastronomy. And then after some months, it was in June 2022, we developed a project that we submitted, a project of around 2 billion Rwandan francs. And it has been shortlisted in October, and it passes through the due diligence. And now it is at the stage to be funded. We are waiting for the notification and by the KfW, the Bank of Development of Germany, which will fund this project. And all of these, they are outcomes, they are the fruit of experience with the University of Parma, and also with this project that we are closing in these days. Beside this, we are focusing also on the fact that we are a university of technology. We are a university of technology. Not only we are creating a faculty of technology in UTAB, but also we are organizing an international conference of ICT, and it will cover specifically the universities of East Africa and worldwide, so that we want to we call you to participate to that international conference with the papers, of course, that you among you will write and present in that international conference. And this also, we say that it is the fruit from the EnRHEd project, because from the experience we had with them and some conferences we have done with University of Palma and the other partner universities, we learned how we can think big, do big, and have a big product. That's why we are organizing this international conference for East Africa, but which will also need the participation of many universities worldwide. For perspectives with the University of Parma, in the framework of this project that we are closing, of course, the staff and the students exchange will continue, as the Vice Chancellor was saying that we had some exchange. However, besides that, also, to run the project of Olive Tree, we cannot run it alone, because we don't have experience of olive tree here in Rwanda, but at Parma and Europe in general, olive tree is there. So we shall need, in our perspectives, we shall need to work with them, and the funds that you are touching on this project, of course, we shall use them in collaboration with the University of Palma and other partner universities which are here. Also, to run the Center of Excellence in Agriculture and Gastronomy, because some, mainly the University of Parma, is experienced in gastronomy. To run this center also, we shall need their experience, we shall need their skills. So UTAB with University of Parma, UTAB with EnRHEd project, we have to be grateful so much. And we think that the future, which is open through these areas that I have mentioned, is bright, and the collaboration is still going on. Thank you, University of Parma. Thank you, members of EnRHEd project, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your good and concise presentations, UTAB team. Next is experiences from students. A recorded video? Yes.
Studies at the University of Parma. The experience that I had was fantastic, since I had to travel to a new place, meet new people, exchange ideas, learn Italian language.
Now I'm in Italy due to EnRHEd project. Surely I'm getting knowledge and skills, attitude through doing more practice, doing exam both orally and written. I'm getting experience through living with many different people from different countries overall the world.
Thanks to the EnRHEd project, I had the opportunity to come to Rwanda for 3 weeks between January and February 2023. I gave seminars in some universities in the country related to slope stability analysis and design of supporting structures, and I also showed some case studies. It was a great experience, not only educationally but also personally, as I was able to interact with other local students and visit some parts of the country.
I have been selected by my institution, University of Technology and the Art of Byumba, to participate in 3 months of mobility at University of Parma. Through this period, we have been interacted with international students and lecturers at the campus, and we have learned a lot from them, especially about their culture and their teaching method.
So to me, the exchange program is something special, something amazing. You know, we are talking about taking students from one continent to another, different learning methodologies, different professors, different laboratories, different cultures. So not only that, we are talking the development of both countries. So take me, for example, if I'm a student at the University of Parma, I'm benefiting from more learning resources, bigger laboratories, bigger libraries, and full professors who are with me every day in my classes.
Hi guys! Last year I was part of the EnRHEd project, and I flew to Rwanda with other German students and professors. Before that, we prepared a research work about e-commerce for food producers in Rwanda who want sells their products in Europe. And in Rwanda we had with a lot of students and professors from Rwanda a lot of workshops, and we gained a lot of new knowledge about this topic.
I'd like to share with you some more experience gained through this mobility. Number one is about the language. I learned a new language, Italian language, which is used mostly in Italian for different activities. I also learned the new technologies in agriculture, in food processing, and in commerce and in transportation. I also had a new network, a new connection with different people because I live with them through internationalization in the University of Parma. I would like also tell you that I had the knowledge about traveling, because you know that traveling is not simple as such.
I have been selected by my institution in Italy to participate in EnRHEd project for 3 months of mobility at Parma University. During this period of mobility, I have learned high skills, high knowledge and high technology in field of food processing, food packaging and handling. And also I have interacted with Italian students, lecturers and other international students from different countries.
6 months have passed almost since we came back from Rwanda after being given the opportunity during 1 month to work in Rwanda with our colleagues from the side of work, to have interesting workshops, trainings, and talk about what's the food sector look like in our respective countries.
I was not wrong, I can see it right now. So after graduating at INES, I got an opportunity to pursue my master's degree in Italy through EnRHEd project, which makes the dreams of little girls come true. Now I'm doing my master's in communication engineering at Parma University. Doing technology in Italy is really big achievement for me because I'm able to see the real applications of what I'm studying in class, even in the real life. They are using technology in each kind of activities, in production, agriculture, transport, even providing different kind of services to their citizens. So it helps me to get that kind of hands-on experience. Not only that, I was even able to meet with different kinds of people who are coming from different corners of the world with different cultures. I was even able to learn the new language as well.
So I'm proud to be in Italy through EnRHEd project. So about the experience I can share, my self-experience, first I have learned Italian. So about the culture difference, because there are living many people from different countries, and the students, we are studying with the students with different countries, even the culture, the range is different. So I try to adapt to know to live with them. So another one about the academy. In Rwanda we study, we do exam for writing, but here in Italy it is totally because they do writing exam and or exam, which to know that everything you write, you know that, you understand it, and you can prove it.
Also, I'm a part of EnRHEd project, so I really appreciate head of EnRHEd and his team. Through this project, I got B2 Italian certificate because my master's will be in Italian. So I assure you, I will try my best to succeed my course.
During the participation in the EnRHEd project in Rwanda, I had the opportunity to give seminars and trainings to students and staff of various institutions in the field of food science and technologies. First of all, this experience allowed me to have a relevant comparison on the difference between the agri-food system in Europe and Africa. Moreover, the activities carried out with local students offer me the opportunity to have an exchange of viewpoints, both on the teaching method and education system of the two home countries, but also on the general living environment.
Yeah. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed this. That's the way it was supposed to end. And next we have University of Applied Sciences of HN. And Professor Ulrich Nissen, Project Manager at HN, is the one to come up here and deliver his presentation. Welcome, Professor.
Could you switch on the slide series, please? Great. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I have the honorable task to introduce you to the Niederrhein University as a project member of the greater project, and particularly of our contribution to this project. The Niederrhein University is, some of you may know this, we have in Germany two types of universities. The traditional one, like the most of here, that you represent, and we have the universities of applied sciences. And in this sector, the universities of applied sciences, the Niederrhein University is the second biggest one in Germany, having 14,000 students. This university has 10 faculties. 5 of them are kind of like involved into this project. We have 10 research institutes and comprise 900 employees, thereof 250 professors. The Niederrhein University is located in 2 locations. It is in Mönchengladbach and it's in Krefeld. The most of you may not know where it is, but it is close to Cologne, and many of you may know where Cologne is, so more or less in the middle of Germany. Next slide. So the project team for the greater project of our university consists of 7 people, 6 professors and 1 project coordinator. 3 of them are here. This is Regina Pöhle-Fröhlich, who is here, and Lisa Schmidt there. And Lisa is those project members who will constantly participate at the Rwandan events. So she will, when we visit Rwanda, she will always be here, and the rest of the team will kind of like swap. Let's go to our contribution. The main role of the university, the Niederrhein University, is within the greater project, is taking care of considering user-centered design, an aspect, an approach which has been mentioned several times today. And the question is, what is that? What does it mean? What does it mean for the project? First of all, the word user-centered design is a design philosophy where the end user's needs, wants and limitations are a focus. This at all stages within the design process, design of everything, design of a living lab, design of a curriculum, whatever, product, whatever. So at all stages, the end user's needs are relevant and are integral part of the whole thing. Let me give you two examples. One is a good example to show you what user-centered design not is, and the other one is a good example. The first one is this. Look at this. You see a sidewalk nobody uses, and you see a way which is much shorter and where all the people walk. So if the people that constructed or designed the sidewalk, if they had, involved the wishes and needs of the people that walk here, then they have designed it totally different. Then it would be user-centered, but it's not user-centered. It's exactly the opposite. So this is a bad example, and some of you, and many of you, may know other examples. So we are confronted with bad examples almost every day. What is a good example? A good example, look at this. For example, at the left-hand side, this is an app, a smartphone app for taxi service, maybe Uber. Yeah, and I'm pretty much convinced that the companies such as Uber would not exist anymore without a user-centered design approach when they started their company. This company, particularly this app, is so much user-centered that the user it's almost impossible to find something where you say something is missing on the app. Every wishes are fulfilled, and therefore it is being used. So that's the idea, and this is where the user-centered design came from the software development, particularly from the development of apps for smartphones. So that was the idea when this greater project started, to introduce, to have user-centered design as an integral part of the whole project, to make clear, to guarantee that not we, for example, the European partners develop ideas of how to set up a living lab, for example. No, we just try to find out what are the wishes here on the Rwandan side. And this is what we are doing. We're trying to find out what are the wishes of this different kinds of target groups, of this different kind of stakeholders, and we try to put all of these together in order to find out in order to design a really good living lab, for example, or to develop a good curricula that fit perfectly to the wishes and needs. So to put it together, user-centered design is not only user or customer orientation. That's been used since a long time in marketing everywhere. So all products are, of course, customer-oriented, but user-centered design is more. It is the explicit involvement of the user or the customer in the design process, and this as much as possible. And this generates these effects that I just mentioned. Let me quickly go into details. The user-centered design process focused, therefore, not on the design phase only, on the starting point. It's being considered in the whole set of phases that a product or whatever a process goes through, beginning at the analysis phase, then the design phase, the implementation phase, and also after the implementation, the deployment phase. Yeah, we will apply this approach to all three pillars that we take care of: energy living labs, curricular design, and outreach strategies. So what we are going to do is we adapt the different kinds of users, all of the stakeholders, the target groups, however you want to call them, into all of the phases. This is what you can see here when you look at these arrows. So that's what we want to do. So we have already started with this, and in the last presentation it was already mentioned that we had sent out questionnaires. That's the way we are going. To give you an example, for the development of the living labs, one of the first steps at the end of the analysis phase is to set up a requirement specification. After that, we need to have a design specification, but the first step is this requirement specification. How do we get there? So what we did was, we at the Niederrhein University, we started to set up questionnaires to find out what the possible wishes is or are, and send them out to different people that are involved in the whole greater project. And this is what you can see here. So on the left-hand side here, sorry, can you start this again? Or I can start it, I guess. How does it work? No. Yeah, okay. So you look at this circle here. Does that work? Yeah, circle. On the left-hand side, you have the Niederrhein University, that's we. And on the right-hand side, all of our colleagues on the Rwandan side. So we start with setting up a questionnaire with different questions. We send them out to our Rwandan colleagues. They give answers, send it back, and then we put all of the answers together to get a common answer to these different questions. And then we send it out again to the same persons, and then they can rethink their last answer. This is called a Delphi approach, or a Delphi process. We do this Delphi loops 3 or 4 times until at the very end, so I think in about a month or so, we might have a complete understanding and common understanding of what a living lab should look like. And this is then the requirement specification. That's the idea about it. Yeah, that's it, what I wanted to present to you, just to give you a brief overview of what user-centered design is and how we handle that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Now, before we get on the second part of the other video, we didn't finish to follow it and to its conclusion. I would like to ask abakozi ba University y'u Rwanda baturutse mu ntara mufite za misiyo zo gusinyisha. Make sure I do it right now, because someone who is supposed to do that for you is almost leaving her office. So musohoke hariya abakozi ba University y'u Rwanda mwaturutse hanze mufite za audio misiyo zo gusinya kugira ngo nimusubirayo batazababaza ibibazo byinshi. Please go outside there. Mubihite mubikemura mwigarukire hano. So we can go on now and finish the other remaining part of the students' experience video.
That the EnRHEd project will be also fruitful to other students and teachers.
Through EnRHEd project, I acquired knowledge and skills which will help me in my future career. I hope that my future will be greater than today.
All gained skills and the knowledge will help us to promote, enhance, and sustain food security in our country. Thank you for all.
I can't wait to take all this experience back to my homeland, where my fellow brothers and sisters are trying to achieve their university degrees. So I can't wait to share my experience with them. Personally, I would like to thank the exchange program from EnRHEd. This is totally special and amazing. Thank you.
It was such an amazing experience with a lot of social events. We learned a lot of people, and I would recommend to everyone.
Through this mobility, I get the opportunity to apply for masters in food safety and food risk management, where I expected to finish this next year. I'd like to thank you very much for this project.
From this EnRHEd project, I have got a special opportunity to be admitted as a student of Palma University in food safety and risk management.
From a personal point of view, I would have to say that I still see new outcomes, new positive outcomes from the experience that arrived, and I hope that our students will be able to enjoy such experience in the future, since it helps to build its own personal luggage of knowledge and also the sharing of competence that helps to just to improve the food sector in both countries.
I have dreams to pursue my career abroad, especially in European countries, because I think that is where they have advanced technology, as I was dreaming to become an engineer in technology. So I really believe that there is so much value in stepping out to the new environment. So thank you to the EnRHEd project team.
So thank you for EnRHEd project. Thank you for all readers of project and the founder to create this project, because it is very important to us. Thank you very much.
Now I see my future will be bright as a woman engineer. I achieved a lot through this project. I appreciate for all. Thank you.
In addition to the experiences directly related to the project, it was a great opportunity to discover a different context to what I know so far and to engage with social background very different from my own. The opportunity to participate in such a project has therefore allowed me to improve myself and grow as a person and future professional in my field.
I hope you enjoyed that. Tugeze, we're now on University of Applied Sciences, HBRS, and Professor Marco Jung, Project Manager at HBRS, is the one we are going to listen to. He's not here. Wonguona Ohari, which means he didn't turn up. No problem. We move on to stakeholders and associated partners. And I know also among these three you are seeing on the program, particularly Dr. Pierre Alessi Lovengren is not present here. But I would like to find out if we have someone from EPD, Energy Private Partners, developers. Do we have someone? Yes. You're welcome. Do we have somebody from REG, Rwanda Energy Group? Rwanda Energy Group? Okay, no problem. So in this section, it is you only, sir, to come and make your presentation. Welcome. You'll identify, you will mention your name because it's not written here so that people get to know where exactly you are.
Thank you very much. My name is Serge Wilson Mohizi, and I'm representing the industry, which is energy private developers. So thank you very much for having us here. We are very honored to be part of this very important gathering today. So actually, I've prepared like a kind of presentation, but I would like, to first to go through an overview of who we are, EPD, because I know some of you or many of you doesn't know much about EPD or the industry of energy private developers. Please, can you help me to project this? Yeah, so thank you very much. Energy private developers, EPD in full word, it's energy private developers. And the next slide, our vision, we are the market accelerator. That means we are representing the private sector here in Rwanda, in the energy sector, private sector here in Rwanda. So our vision is to make sure that we are working with different stakeholders that includes the government, development partners, and other key stakeholders, make sure that really we are accelerating the access to clean energy, clean cooking, and access to green transport as well. So the mission is enabling the environment for the private sector, of course, by working with different stakeholders and make sure that the private sector environment is becoming more and more conducive, for the private sector, to thrive. So the objective that leads our daily activities, the objective number one is intervention in policy, in the policy formulation. So today we are working with a strong partner, which is our line ministry, the Ministry of Infrastructure, Transport and Energy, that's MINEFRA. That's our line ministry that you work on a daily basis. So to make sure that's really the policy that they want to put in place, they will be favored for the private sector. The number two objective is advocacy. We do advocate for our members. That means all companies in the energy sector here in Rwanda. So for them to operate, of course, they meet with different kind of challenges, be it in terms of access to finance, be it in terms of tax regulations, and so forth. So for them, to do their daily business in a smooth and conducive environment, so they need a strong advocacy from this platform, which is EPD. Then the third objective is partnership. EPD has different partnerships that we managed to conclude or to put in place. Among them, of course, I've mentioned MINEFRA with other government subsidiaries, other MINEFRA, that we have REG, EDCL, and ECL. We have the Ministry of Environment on board, including the subsidiaries under the Ministry of Environment. We have the partnership with the Ministry of Trade. We have different partnership with development partners who have the same mission, to support the private sector to accelerate the access to clean cooking, access to clean energy, and access to green transport as well. Then we have different subsectors under EPD. I may mention currently we have 10 subsectors. We started in 2014. Soon will be 10 years by next year. And we started with 25 funded members. So currently we have more than 50 companies under energy private developers. So the subsectors that we have today, we have hydro subsector. Those are the companies who secure the purchasing power agreements, who are connecting to the national grid by feeding the national grid with electricity. We have solar companies that we have, that's where we have a very big range numbers of companies. Those are the companies who are supporting especially the access to lighting in the rural area. You know that very well that our government has an ambitious targets that by 2024 all Rwandans have access to electricity. So to make it possible, of course, there should be a balance between the on-grid and off-grid intervention. So we have the portion for the off-grid companies, and also the other portion for the on-grid, that's where REG plays a lot of intervention. So we have also companies in the mini-grids and CNI subsector. CNI in full word is construction and industrial subsector. Today, we all know that government today is our government is encouraging, all Rwandans to move into green economy. So there is a lot of green projects which are going on today. And to position the private sector, especially in the energy sector, we have, to make sure that our company will be able to serve in those particular, areas. So we have also companies in e-mobility. That is the current trend today. All these companies are in the e-mobility. They are also under EPD. Today we have the target of the government, of course, which automatically become the opportunity for the private sector. So to make sure that really we are releasing more EV cars, electrical bikes, motors, on the market, by replacing the current diesel cars or motors as well. So we have also the clean cooking subsector. We all know that today the government has put it in place also the targets that need to be achieved by 2024 and 2030, about the access to clean cooking. So that's why we have got this opportunity also to serve on this market as well. So we have also another subsector, which is the productive use of renewable energy. So soon we'll be achieving the access to electricity by 2024, if all goes well. And we have also to see how we can assist companies in solar home system to shift into availing technologies that will build the sustainability, especially for the end users, which are the productive use of renewable energy. Is not only touching the access to lighting, but also it's a cross-cutting. We have other demand side in agriculture, in health sector, that still needs this kind of technology to be availed. We have another subsector, which is professional service. The seventh one is the energy female inclusion subsector. So it's something that we can agree on. We still have a small rate of female representation in the energy sector. It's an area that we have already started working on to see how we can boost this number by availing, by raising this strong voice of women, and also to give them different sports or different space for them to participate and contribute to different target that the government has put in place. And we have also another subsector, which is the professional services, where we work with different consultants, scientists like you here in the room, and researchers. So I would like also to take this opportunity that welcome you. We know that you have a lot of expertise. We have some people here, researchers or professors or scientists who would like to come and to connect with the industry so that we can avail the right solution to the end users and to our businessmen and women's and different initiatives in the sector, which are really needed today. Also, we have another subsector, which is methane gas. And the last one, which is not the least, is LPG, liquefied petroleum gas subsector. So EPD services, we do with all those subsectors that I've already mentioned, we offer the following services, which is advocacy. I've already mentioned that. There's a capacity building, different capacity building programs, depending on the capacity need assessments that's done for each subsector. There is also renewable energy awareness campaigns. We all believe that, you know, the energy sector is still very, you know, especially in Rwanda, it's a very young sector comparing to other sector. So even for the end users, they still have a very limited awareness regarding different technologies that companies are availing on the markets. This is another area that we are working on, we have been working on to make sure that really we are raising different campaign awareness, be it digital or physical, in different areas, especially in the rural area. So there's also another component, which is the access to finance, facilitation. We can agree also that energy sector is still considered by different financiers or financial institutions as a risky sector comparing to others. So that's why we do facilitate, you know, members by connecting them with different financing opportunities, be it on the national level or outside Rwanda. So there is also a trade mission, business to business, and conference and exhibition. This is another good platform that we have been working on by organizing different workshop, trade missions, of course, by working with different stakeholders and partners. So to make sure that really we are connecting our local market with the international market and be able to avail, you know, the right solution to the Rwandans. So there's also an energy sector coordination. It's a platform where we meet with different stakeholders, like sector working group, under Minefra, technical working group, to make sure that really we are addressing all the issues that the private sector is facing and try to connect the dots from all those partners and make sure that really we are all serving the same goal at the end of the day. So there is also energy sector research projects. We do agree that, as I've already mentioned, the sector is still very young. There's a lot of questions, there is a lot of topics that need to be covered by different research projects. So I would like also to take this opportunity to invite different researchers in the room and outside of this room or online, you know, to come and to connect with the industry, to see how we can avail the right solution, you know, to the market. I've already mentioned about empowering women in renewable energy. I'm not going to touch that area again. So there's also EPD major achievements. The EPD have been established as an association. We are embedded under PSA Private Sector Federation, and we started with one staff. Currently, we are more than 10 staff, including different consultants, and EPD. I've already mentioned, I mean, the second line, which we started with 25 members. Currently, we are more than 150 companies in all those different subsectors. So we have already secured different partnership. For the capacity building, I've already mentioned that we have been training many players, be it in the private sector or outside of the private sector. And we have been organizing different conferences. I may mention some of them: Renewable Energy for Sustainable Growth, the first edition, second one, the third one, and different matchmaking and business to business, energy business dialogues, trade mission, PPD, which is public-private dialogues, you know, to address different challenges that the private sector is facing. So for the policy change advocacy, we have intervened in different policy level. Like for the off-grid market, before when the government used to call the private sector to come on the market, we used to have one market, which we have companies in the on-grid and companies in the off-grid. So we had to advocate so that you can have a separate market for the off-grid companies and the on-grid companies as well. So we have also we had to advocate also to have some subsidies in place, especially for the mini grids operators and also for the solar home system operators. And currently, we are enjoying the subsidy that have been availed by the World Bank today, which are supporting the World Bank, which is supporting in that program the government to see how we can achieve the access to lighting, especially by 2024. So we managed to put in place or to secure some different partnership agreements. Among them, we have I've already mentioned some different ministries and government agencies. We managed to secure some partnership with high learning institutions like University of Rwanda. We have an MOU with them already. Different TVET school. We have already the MOU with them, like Tumba College, and also we have Saint Joseph in place, and so forth. So we had also some regional renewable association like ours in Burundi. We have Burea, Kenya. We have Kerea, Tarea in Tanzania, and other places in Africa. So we had this kind of agreement, so to make sure that really we are assisting companies into transborders businesses, so that they cannot, have some issues by the time when they want to invest in other countries. So we have other partnership with Google. Some of you know about them. TV School, I've already mentioned that, and also development partner as well. We have conducted different campaign bits on the digital level, digital on TVs, radios, social media, and other physical one. And also key strategic area to be developed in the coming 5 years from now on. We have this access to productive use in renewable energy, which is PUE. And we have another area which is the climate finance and carbon market. We have another one which is access to e-mobility and green transport. We have another area which is empowering women in renewable energy. There's another area which is access to clean cooking and access to clean cooking technologies. And the last one, which is not the least, is energy efficiency. Then you can ask yourself how you guys, are you survived? How do you generate income? So number one, we have this donation and grants that are running the day-to-day activities of EPD. There's some small contribution from companies, which is their membership fee that they are paying on a daily, on a year basis. There's also a different capacity building program that we work with our partners, which are paid up. They pay them on very small. With very small contribution. So there's also this desk of data, innovation, and research department that we have where we want to develop it and and have a kind of renewable research center here in Rwanda, where we'll be conducting different research, not only in Rwanda but also in the region. So we have also the area of investment, where we get some commission from different investors who want to work with companies as well. So there's also this conference and trade mission, some contribution that we get from them. So then we have different partnership agreements signed. We managed just to put few of them, but there are so many. We have, this is our chairman, he's called Dr. Ivan Tuagirashema. He's the current deputy CEO of Rwanda Mining Board. He was, this man was the state minister of energy in Ethiopia. At that time, they came, in Rwanda to exchange the best practices with the sector. And we have also another MOU with Caresia. It's a renewable energy association from China. And we have another MOU with RON, with REG, sorry. Yes. So then, sorry. Okay. Then we have other partnership with University of Rwanda. I know you know him. And also we have another partnership. We secured another partnership with the TVET School of Saint Joseph. And also we have another team for Coventry University. And these are different, I've already mentioned, different conferences that we have been organized. This is Sustainable Renewable Energy for Sustainable Growth, the first edition, second and third one. We are planning to have another one next year, if all goes well, in October. And also we have another trade mission with the EU. And so these are the different capacity building programs that we have at EPD. Yes, that's who we are. Yeah, so thank you without taking much of your time. So after this other presentation, I would like to connect for those who would like to join our partnership. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. We are moving towards the closure of this workshop. Next will be what you're seeing on the program that is called Concluding Remarks and Future Perspectives. It's going to be a panel, and Roberto and his colleague are going to come over here, and they are going to identify the panelists, and they are going to run the session. And I'm told it's going to be as informal and interesting as possible. Welcome, Professor Roberto.
Thank you, Ignatius. And this is an informal session of this interesting international workshop. Informal means that it has not been prepared much more time in advance. We just invited some colleagues for different reasons to give us a brief testimony of their experience of relationship with our European institutions, thanks to our projects, and even because they can testify that the future perspective, especially in the field of research and cooperation between Rwanda and Europe, can continue. So I would like to invite two colleagues from the College of Medicine and Health Sciences of the University of Rwanda, Dr. Eugene Rutembeza and Dr. Gashima Vedast. Eugene Rutembeza is a specialist in the field of psychology, and Kagisha Vedast is an expert in the field of pharmacy. If you would like to come, to give us your testimony. I would also like to invite here a colleague from INES, Dr. Daniel, please, who is expert in the field of food sciences. Please, stay there. I don't see Dr. Eugene. Maybe he's outside the room. I would like also to invite Théotime Lamomeux, who is in charge of university cooperation at the Embassy of France to Rwanda. Thank you. We wait also our colleague Eugene Rutembeza, Dr. Eugene. I would like to give, first of all, the floor to Dr. Vedast, because he can testify which was his experience, a personal experience of mobility from the University of Rwanda to the University of Parma. He also represents his research group, who is carrying out joint research with our institution. Please.
Thank you, Prof. Roberto. Good afternoon, everyone, or good evening. As he said, my name is Vedast Kagisha. I'm from the area of pharmacy, where I'm a chair of one of the departments that work in the area of pharmacy. My department is called the Department of Pharmaceuticals and Biomolecular Analysis. But as he said, I'm going to say in a few words how the departments operating the area of pharmacy have benefited from this project. So the first beneficiaries, as he said, are our master's students. Those who don't know, we have been running a master's in pharmaceutical sciences, quality control and quality assurance from 2012. But one of the key challenges that we have been facing was where to send those students so that they can acquire the advanced knowledge, the hands-on advanced knowledge that can help them to fulfill the missions one on the field. So in the past, we have been cooperating with the University of Liège and the University of Tübingen in Germany. But when this project came, we had the chance to send there our master's students to conduct the academic internship, and at the same time, the master's thesis research. So 3 of them who went there have conducted the thesis. So the theses are still ongoing, but they have conducted a great part of the thesis in the laboratory of pharmaceutical chemistry of the University of Liège. And some of the outcome of the works are represented on the posters that we have there at the back of this room. So beside that, those students have been exposed to some techniques that we don't have here in Rwanda, which is a good added value, because the graduates of our programs, they do contribute a lot or they have contributed a lot to the existence of big institutions that we have, like Rwanda FDA. So to get that chance of being exposed to those modern technologies is a very good asset or added value to the knowledge. So apart from that, as lecturers, we have been also involved, and we received 2 lecturers from the University of Parma who taught both undergraduate students and postgraduate students in the area of pharmacy. And in addition to that, we exchanged them and identified the area of future collaboration, where we agreed that we can write a joint project to establish a master's in pharmaceutical industry here in Rwanda, with a lab in the area of pharmaceutical chemistry. All of this to support the growth of pharmaceutical sector here in Rwanda, because as most of us are aware, Rwanda is committed to encourage investors in pharmaceutical industries to come to work here in Rwanda, and those industries cannot be successful if we are not providing the local people who can go and work there. So this is one of the areas that we have identified where we plan to write a joint project that will help us to have a such masters and a such lab. We have also seen together the priority of strengthening the research on medicinal plants, because as we are all aware, Rwandans, but also all of us have been using medicinal plants to prevent or to cure a number of diseases. Here I want to explain more. Sometimes when we say that we all use medicinal plants, some people don't believe. But if you have cough or flu, we know how much ginger tea helps in that. And during COVID, we all remember how we have used the lemons and the other. So I'm giving a few examples of plants that we know and that most of us have used. So this is why we have this as a priority to first, so in order to conduct more research on medicinal plants that have been being used here in Rwanda, but also to formulate improved phytomedicines that can be commercialized. So those are 2 interesting areas where we are planning to strengthen our collaboration. But as it has been said, the most interesting thing from this has been to know each other. So we are keeping exchanging and discussing on how the collaboration can be sustainable, can be kept, and this will not be. This is not like a joke, because personally I have identified many similarities between the Italian culture and the Rwandan culture. So there are few countries that you visit and you get the hospitality that most of us have received when we went to Italy. So that has been really interesting for me, because, you know, culture, hospitality, they facilitate anything like collaboration that can be initiated. So this is what I can say. Before I conclude, I want to thank the team of Italy that I met, Professor Roberto, and the others. Your hospitality and discussions that we had show that you are ready to work with us, and we wish this to be there for longer, not for those projects that are coming. So we want this relationship to be there for longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vedast. The idea of putting there on the back of this room those posters came especially from him, from Dr. Vedast. He had the idea to participate by presenting some posters and the results of the research that is ongoing. As you can easily understand, the field of pharmacy, as well as the field of psychology and the field of pediatrics, is not under the domain of the EnRHEd project, nor under the domain of the GRITER, but it belongs to a side project which is always under the umbrella of Erasmus, but it is only for exchange of staff and students. This project, which involved the medicine and the College of Medicine and Health Sciences of the University of Rwanda, has been concluded last July. But the good news is that we won another grant in the same framework of Erasmus. Then the exchange of staff and students will continue with not only the University of Rwanda, but even with UTAB, INES, and Rwandan Polytechnic. So another testimony comes from Dr. Daniel from INES. He also had the opportunity to visit our University of Parma 1 year ago, something more. And so let's listen from him his experience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Roberto. Good afternoon. As he said, I'm Dr. Daniel, lecturer and food biotechnologist. So last year we had a chance to go to Italy, to Parma University, and it was through the project of EnRHEd. So with my colleagues, we visited different laboratories, even some, like, we made some seminars. But one day, when I visited the laboratory of analytical chemistry, they were performing a research. They were carrying out a research on some edible packaging. So I found that project interesting, and I was thinking, why not starting this project in Rwanda and trying to use maybe some raw materials that we have in our country. Until now in Rwanda we don't have it, and it's like, it's not new technology, but in Rwanda until now we don't have it. So when I came back to Rwanda, NCST sent us a call, which is on like research. I think it's research and innovation mobility. So people who had like some proposal or some project had to apply, and they can go maybe outside with some partners. So I thought about that project. I contacted Professor Roberto and David de Barbanti. He's not around, I think he left. So we discussed, I told them what I want to do, and they put me in contact with Professor Antonella, who is not here in Rwanda. So we wrote a proposal we sent to NCST. So until now, we are waiting for fund. Of course, we won, but they took like the first round. We are in the second round, which will be, which we receive like the fund, the money for research by this fiscal year. So what I want to say, maybe in coming months, I will be in Parma again to conduct that research. So all that is because of this project, EnRHEd project. Because I went to Parma because of this project, and I visited those laboratories. I had contact with Professor Roberto Barbanti and others. So Professor Roberto and your team, thank you for this opportunity. I think you opened like gates. So I think we use that gate to find other opportunities, to make research, to meet with other scientists, researchers, and I think we have like a positive impact on our country, even on your country, because I think, I didn't say that we try to use some fruits and vegetables from Rwanda, and from those vegetables and fruits we extract some bioactive compounds which will be used in making those edible packaging. So you understand, maybe in Italy we get products from Rwanda, and in Rwanda also we get technology from your country, especially from your university. And I think this is a good cooperation, and I hope and I wish to come to Parma again and contact that research. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Daniel. This is an example of on the way of how we can proceed in the cooperation between our institutions. So this is a path for future perspectives. I also give now the floor to Theo Time, who is in charge of university cooperation at the Embassy of France to Rwanda. Would you like to tell us, as an external observer, at the end of this day, some comments, some remark on your side?
Thank you very much for inviting me for this panel. As you said, I am external observers, but it's very interesting to see like this big Erasmus programs that you have bring with different universities. First, Miliwe, Nitwa Teotim Lamoureux, Nkoramuri Embassy Ufaransa, Mvuga Kinyaranda Gichechane. So I will continue in English because I don't speak as well as my colleague from the Belgium Embassy. I would say, like, as I said, I'm in charge of university cooperation and also head of Campus France. It's a center who has been created to welcome and guide students who wants to pursue higher education studies in France. And my position has been created like 1 year ago, and it's kind of like one of the example of the willing of France to develop more and more relationships in university cooperation and students' mobility with Rwanda. We have we have launched many different projects this year. So I will just go on some of them, and I have to invite you also to, if you have ideas from everybody who are working in the university, especially in Rwanda, who wants to launch other projects together. So our president, Macron, has opened a new program with cross-mobility programs to develop and to intensify the flows, exchange flows between Rwanda and France. And Rwanda has been benefiting from this project from this year among 10 other sub-Saharan African countries. And so it's just a pilot phase this year. But we're not working only on this education student mobility exchange. We're more working very closely with the government on education through different projects on Francophonie and on the vocational trainings. And we also have our own Erasmus program, which has been developed thanks to different universities. We have a partnership between IPRC Tumba and the University of Cachan, and they have developed a mechatronic department and the Erasmus program, Erasmus Plus program, sorry, on this to allow different exchange between students. And we have just 1 week ago, heard also the University of Réunion and University of Rwanda has also started a new partnership and a new Erasmus Plus program on geography. We also France is very also involved in medicine with Rwanda, because now each year we have around 10 doctors who are going to France to learn and to specialize in the different university and hospitals. And this is thanks to a very good partnership that we have with the Ministry of Health, Minisan, that we have developed. And also I will say one other project, because I guess I'm the last one to speak, so I'm separating you from the cocktail that is going to open just in 5 minutes. We have launched so many many different scholarship programs. We have reached our record this year, 40 different scholarship programs to intensify, to develop also student mobility between France and Rwanda. And we know in France we like to speak French, and so it's also very hard for international countries who speak English. But we have developed more and more master degrees, especially doctorates, PhD, sorry, in English also, to attract very talented students and also researchers. That's the main point. And as I said, I'm in charge of university cooperation, and I was very happy to be here, especially to meet also different people from University of Rwanda, but from UTAB also, and also from EnRHEd, and I will be more than happy to develop new partnerships, or to put you in contact with or French universities in the different topics you want to develop more and more research, and also maybe to be part also of this big or another big European programs, because it's very wonderful to see so many different countries just joining this 3 years programs. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is allowed to clap to all the panelists. So I don't want to add more words. I would like to say that the facts maybe are there, and the facts will come, and they will speak more than words even in the future. I hope, and I'm sure that this kind of cooperation will continue in different directions. I suppose that even more research projects will come thanks to the personal relationship, as has been underlined by different speakers today. I would like to invite Paolo if he has something more to tell us. Then after we will give the floor for the final remarks.
Thank you, Roberto. Actually, I have nothing to add to all the things that we said. I just have to thank you, all of you, for being with us. I'm quite convinced that all of us, we are going back home with something more by this day. And as Roberto said, we most likely proceed and we see something more in the near future. So I think that there is a clear vision of a seed. Let's see that the EnRHEd project we are celebrating today, even though it's not yet finished, acted as a quite powerful seed. And then from that seed, many different flowers, stems, and now we may expect that from each of those further branches could develop. So thanks again, Roberto. Thanks to everyone, and nothing to add.
Yeah, Professor Roberto and Professor Paolo Ciampolini, thank you very much for taking care of that session of three panelists. We are coming to the real end of our workshop, and I would like to invite Father Dr. Munana Gilbert, Vice Chancellor of UTAB, to give the closing remarks, the official part of this workshop.
Dear member of diplomatic missions in Rwanda, I think here we have someone from Embassy of France. Dear colleagues, vice chancellors, project coordinators and managers, dear academic community, dear partners of EnRHEd project, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. As we are at the end of this remarkable international conference on capacity building in higher education, let us reflect on the wealth of knowledge shared, the connections forged, and the innovative ideas that have illuminated our discussions. This workshop has showcased our collective commitment to advancing education, fostering collaboration, and empowering our institutions to meet the challenges of tomorrow. Through the exchange of experiences and best practices from different universities of the consortium and from partners, we have explored into strategies that can enhance the quality of education, promote effective and efficient project management for quality education, and equip our students with the skills they need in our ever-evolving world. The vibrant dialogues have inspired us to reconsider our approaches to project management and resource mobilization, explore new ways to nurture intellectual growth, research excellence, and social impact. Dear colleagues, honored participants, as we return to our respective corners of the globe, let us carry forward the spirit of unity, working together and share the purpose that has defined this workshop. By harnessing the momentum generated here, we can collectively reshape the higher education landscape and pave the way for a brighter future in our universities through the capacity we have gained here in this workshop. Let collaboration continue to be the cornerstone of our efforts as we embark on this journey of transformation. Of course, you have said about consortium. It's about, of course, collaboration. Thank you to all who contributed, participated, and made this conference workshop a resounding success. More specifically, we are grateful to our partners who financially supported EnRHEd and greater projects. Equally, we wholeheartedly thank EnRHEd for its role of mobilizer for the beginning of the project, of course, and other sister universities for their unconditional collaboration. Let's keep this spirit when we know where we could have good things, capacity, we can ask others to collaborate. That's a good spirit, a collaboration. Finally, we thank the University of Rwanda for hosting this conference. That was a total success. Congratulations to the University of Rwanda. We thank all ambassadors who participated in the morning sessions. We thank all project and the academic teams from different universities of Rwanda and of abroad. All people who facilitated the organization of the workshop, technicians, of course, media, those who served during the tea break and lunch, and they are, I know they are ready to continue to serve after this event with cocktail. So all those people. Of course, we thank very well our MC who helped us very well in this workshop. Thank you, MC. As I conclude, I'm honored to wish you all safe travels back to your respective families, and let our aspirations for positive change thrive beyond these walls. With these few remarks, I conclude officially this international workshop on outcomes and future perspectives of Erasmus Plus capacity building project in higher education in Rwanda closed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father Dr. Munana Gilbert, Vice Chancellor, UTAB. We have come to the official end of our international workshop, EnRHEd and Greater Erasmus program projects. And I would also like to thank the EnRHEd and the great coordination teams for assigning me the duty of being your MC today. Thank you very much. Thank you also again on behalf of the two projects coordination teams for being very active participants, for having turned up early on time, and for having stayed all this time. The reward for you is a cocktail outside there, a typical cocktail that is only good drinks. Don't expect anything too bad, because it has been very well considered that it was still too close to the 2:30 time you had your lunch, and so it was in your favor that they didn't want to tempt you with anything else to eat so close to after you had a very good lunch. And so enjoy your evening, enjoy your interactions out there. For those of you who are from outside of Rwanda, not only have a safe journey back home, but before that, as long as you want to spend here, enjoy your time in Kigali, outside of Kigali, wherever you would like to visit. If you want company, will be ready to accompany if you want to be part of Kwitizina Gorilla naming, which is coming in the next 2 days. Feel free. We would like to make sure that you enjoy your time in Rwanda as much as possible. Murakoze cyane, umugoroba mwiza. See you next time.